Wow, how dare you? Stealing a chair from
I
the
know,
kitchen?
stealing a chair from another room in my own home.
That's criminal. That's very,
Preposterous.
Alright. I roll to evade capture.
Evade capture in prison.
You're already.
Yeah, we're
I-
already captured, bro.
I am capture in prison.
I'm sorry, what? Excuse me?
Yo, Max, you are quiet.
Scream.
quiet? Yo, you might want to have to finagle my volume there, but on Discord.
We're already at
Finagle.
174.
Louder.
No, no
How
problem.
do
You
not
haven't.
deserve the 200%. Am I not?
Well, you
Am
had
I not good enough?
you had the 200%, and then you did something, and it was loud, and it hurt. So I turned you down again.
Why are you hurting people's ears, Max?
It's
Perfect
fun.
balance. It's fun.
I'm sadistic. I'm like the worst person. I'm surprised it's taking you this long to just sort
Brings
of
me
divide
joy.
I demand a lawyer.
No.
Can I have a metal
Oh.
cup so I can bang it against the bars?
There's a pee in it.
Wait, Max, I have a very, very serious question about me being in prison. Did they take away my spoon?
No.
I'm gonna dig out of here.
Why would
Oh,
they take it?
no, what does this man do?
Why did they take?
The only thing they took were weapons.
I'm so glad
I mean,
they
I could-
never took away
Well,
my sharpened spoon.
They,
which
they,
could
they
be
did
used as a
take some
weapon.
extra stuff from Lannister.
They
So
took they took anything that could be of reasonable use, I
Yeah.
believe, which means
No bag of holding. We do not have that. That has been taken from us unjustly.
They took away the bag of holding, but not the sharpened spoon.
They probably didn't pat you down.
Yeah, I
To be honest, they probably relied on the several blunt force traumas to your cranium.
I don't know what Grador
That is a
has
good
left on him,
You can have my spoon if you want.
because all I
You can dig
gave,
us out of here.
because Max didn't tell me if they took anything.
Yeah, I assume they just took all weapons.
You have my
Not just
hand
about everything, I believe.
bound.
I would assume.
Because if they didn't take everything I had, I technically still have the holy hand grenade.
Oh yeah, I
Only
forgot we
hand
had that.
grenade.
Yeah.
Well, so the main thing, right, is was the holy hand grenade in the bag of holding or on your person?
On my person.
Okay, is it a weapon?
Wait, what do you count to when throwing the holy hand
A
grenade?
bad idea is that happened.
I mean, yes, it is a weapon, but they didn't pat me down, so...
I'm
Not
pretty sure
one or two
they took
or
all the
four.
weapons, which
you
that
come
is
to
being
three.
a weapon, I assume they took that. That, or maybe they just thought it was a weird shiny looking rock, so...
You do not count to 4, you count to 3.
Max isn't saying no, so I'm going to assume that I have this.
Please do not explode the holy
I'm
hand
just
grenade
waiting
next to myself.
You guys are done, so I can start.
I'm just gonna walk by Bob and Sil and gingerly toss that in.
No, you don't. Okay. They removed
Max
anything
forbids it.
very clearly magical or otherwise could be used to harm yourself,
Boom.
the others, or escape. So
Oh, they had better not hurt my lions.
no, you're for the most part, most of you don't even have your armor, or you don't have your armor.
I didn't have armor to begin with, so. Did they take
I
away my
don't-
clothes?
No,
Okay, cool.
Let me out!
you're basically a bunch of drunk people that they're keeping for the night.
Let's go.
The only people
lay
that
down.
didn't really worry about were me and Quee.
Go lay down.
I assume
Technically,
they,
the only one who still has all this stuff is me.
Yes.
I assume I
That's
sobered
like
up
bled
from the
like
night
a
before.
coward.
Well, you're all long resting right now.
Yeah, but have
Yeah.
we slept?
Oh, we're getting there.
Oh, okay.
What happens in the night? How many of us are horribly murdered by the other guards?
You're all dead. No.
Yeah.
No.
Squad wipe.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Yep.
Even Quee?
I'm ready, sir. Come on, sir.
All right. So, anybody need a refresher from last time?
No.
Perhaps.
Grador
Perhaps.
gave me brain damage.
There-
I'm gonna
there's
give you some
a
more brain
slight-
damage too.
I'd like to
Maybe
see you try, big man.
That I may need a refresher.
All right. So you fell to the sky on a train
Mm-hmm.
that you were taking through the astral.
Yo.
You you and the train moved from the sky to the ground. Exactly different sort of.
Is that how falling
Okay.
works?
You fought some Gith. You aided the Tabaxi Tutok warriors, or so Gridor sort of tossed out. You were through most likely just security reasons and a genuine concern that people were indeed falling from the sky in the middle of an active combat zone. You were taken into custody. And that is where you remain right now. That's largely what last session was you did some fighting and you got arrested. To very quickly sum it up. Well, except for just see, gentlemen, team, whatever you wanna, whatever
Yes.
vistage the ever changing being is taken today remains free and may or may not have been doing shenanigans. But that is where we will resume with the faint songs of well over 1,000 different tropical birds crying out in the morning of this rather humid and warm city you're in, built with sort of sprawling structures and massive temple complexes, ramshackle houses, all in a way it seems is in a constant state of construction and deconstruction, with the masses of scaffolding and the ever changing sort of very clearly whims of those that dwell within this place. But that is not really on display right now, as you all awake your individual selves. The morning has arrived. You have finished your long rest. Sorry. Yeah.
All right.
Ominous. It's a very ominous morning. But yeah, you all wake up. Lemaris, you see that the guard has changed. Now sort of a very dark-skinned human with again sort of that scarification. Wearing largely the same attire as the factory that was there the night before.
Sorry. Is that what is Max's mic like kind of muffled? And
Yeah, it is for me.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
It's really quiet. I was
muffled.
wondering if it was just me, and I'm at 200. I'm at 200%.
Same.
How's this?
Ah!
Oh,
200% too
man.
much.
Can you raise the volume a bit, man?
Yeah, turn it up a little more.
I can barely hear you.
Oh,
It's like we're listening to... that is better. For a minute there, it was kind of like you were in the bottom of a cup.
It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I am in the gulag at this very moment.
I see.
I'm in an opulent.
Can you try and tunnel out?
I'll cast Passwall for you if you need it.
They unfortunately did technically take the spoon.
No.
Cast fireball on the ground.
Anyways, you all slept. The guard's different. It's a human now. Dark skin, scarification, and white tattoos. Just wearing the same attire as the guard before. Where did you manage to spend the night there? Oh yes, because there was a cell prepared for you, Sam.
Hmm?
Your character. There was a cell prepared for you. Is that where you spent the night, or did you?
No, I went out.
You went out into the city,
Yeah.
or are you in a tree?
I was gonna go and lay asleep in a tree outside the
Yes.
city.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's
yes,
right.
I remember now.
Like,
I remember
given the fact that I don't want to, like, or Yaman live best in the tree.
You all awake. Yaman, just see. You awake in your tree. At some point in the night, it appears a spider has decided to webify, sort of in your sort of across the chest of your sort of leather apparatus. and sort of sheathed knives and all those various things. You see a small nest of tiny spiders has developed over the night.
I wish to remove the web.
Right, with just some brushing, they fall out of the tree into the forest floor, down beneath where you reside. It's a lovely morning. The humidity and the general saturation of moisture in this tropical environment has provided a lovely fog that sort of glints, vaguely shimmering in the morning sun.
I wish to go and explore the city and see what exactly is this whole city about. I'm getting a good assumption or a good feeling, as Fame does, that most likely they'll be let out probably by sometime today, maybe tomorrow at worst. Explanations needed, but I should explore the city to see where we are, what location this is, and get general information.
All right. Well, as soon as you enter the city, it is a veritable metropolis. It is a not only a mash of utility and infrastructure, but it's also a mash of cultures. You see various different kinds of not only of people and dress and food and the smells and stuff that fill the air, but of structures. You notice very prominently that there are probably a dozen pyramid structures, large, made of stone, quite ancient. But very few of them share similarity in their design. You sort of you could perhaps guess that that these were built by the different peoples that came here from different sort of areas, whether that was in Neolithic times where structures like that were more prominent, or Gridor is attacking himself with a crit.
How much
No,
damage?
I'm not. What
No,
the
how much
ignoring
damage does Gridor do to himself with that crit?
I was not doing
Gotta
that on
derail.
purpose.
14 damage. You also notice that,
Kayla,
contrary
grab my
to most sort of Eastern, well, compared to where you are, sort of Adlin design structures in that culture grouping, whether that's sort of, like the vaguely Helm's sort of culture with the sort of the squat, low stone buildings that are fairly brutalistic, with much more lavish interiors, to the more all-round Assyrian sort of culture groupings, or the straight up classical designs of the Golden Wisp. It's a lot of like mossy stone of various types.
Okay. Out of character, would you call this Mayan architecture for part of
Yeah.
it? Okay.
Sort of Incan Mayan.
Okay. Right.
But also a lot of sort of Meso-American, sort of more northern. Like that, you walk down streets that have straight up just been carved down into the ground, with sort of almost cave-like houses that have been decorated and are structurally sound and would be probably not as Neolithic to live in. There doesn't appear to be designated districts for these sort of cultures that reside here. It's just a melting pot, no matter where you're going. However, there's something unique about this city, is that the city exists a lot of really tall spires. Some are buildings, but others are just they're not buildings. They're just structures that just spire upwards. Some are made out of stone, but others are made out of sort of intricately crafted wood. You see sort of ladders placed precariously sort of up them, and platforms, and a very dangerous prospect to attempt to climb. But very clearly, you do see movement up in those sort of some odd 1,000 feet structures. Just tabaxi, just climbing and sitting and conversing. Some are eating. Some are in prayer, or so it seems. But
Gee.
they spire much too tall to really get a specific purpose. out of your mind. This is an alien place to you. You've never been anywhere like it.
All right.
But it is a city.
Yeah.
And from its design, it's
Do
most
I
likely...
understand any of the languages being spoken here?
What languages do you know?
I currently know, off the top of my head, I know, Abyssal, Common for where I was, I still don't,
The Adlin.
Adlin, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
Alright, you see, give me a perception check.
Perception, got it. That would be normal. 10. Not bad.
You see two half elves sort of conversing in Elvish, but it's largely more of that sort of that the vaguely elegant that you believe was identified as Arbish mixed with some of what you hear sort of Vauban speak to the Tabaxis, so Tabax probably, and sort of the guttural sort of sharp mix of Draconic. Not that you understand much of that, but just as a refresher, the main population you seem to see around here is Tabaxi, Dragonborn, and human. But most of the humans, again, are the very dark-skinned, black-haired, brown-eyed, scarification, just people. But they seem to be mixing very tightly knit to the other cultures.
Okay.
But yeah, is there anything else specifically that you're looking for?
Gets information about what the name of this city is and where it's located in the world.
Sure. Are you going to try to approach somebody to...
They may
Figure out
have
what-
told us.
Yeah, they may have told us. I don't know.
Do you
I would like to
remember?
approach the guard. I would like to.
I
approach-
believe it, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I believe it was Ziamara.
Yeah, that is correct. But I don't
I
think Yaman was there to hear that.
Yeah,
He
that's the
was,
thing.
he was
So,
blinking around.
I would like to look for a shop,
Sure.
like a general good shop or something.
Give me an investigation check. As you do not recognize any of the language on any of the street signs.
13.
A 13. You search around. You see some stalls. You know, people very clearly selling goods. Some are calling over to you in sort of a foreign language you don't quite understand. You just sort of raise a hand and try to gesticulate that you're not really interested. Other than that, it doesn't seem that there are a lot of, from what you can tell, it almost seems like there are no businesses here, where you are. It's just a lot of that sort of, lots of like sweeping steps up the road and houses. You can spend some time walking around the city to the other sort of areas to see if you can't find any other zones, I guess. If it's built like a normal city, there should be probably districts regarding commercial. If you want to try to search for that with another investigation check.
Yeah, I would like to search for that, indeed.
While you're doing that, since that's going to take time, we're going to move to the group.
Fair, that's understandable. Don't want to take up too much time. The group.
I'm going to roll a dice.
I'll save my roll to when you come back to me, okay?
Yes. Lannister.
Okay.
You, actually no, since Jesse's not in that role, Gridor. You wake up. So I rolled a d5, because technically there's 5 of you guys. I was just going on the position you were in the Roll20's names at the bottom of the left. Gridor, you awake, your companions are still asleep. It's morning. The hustle and bustle of the city is already in a roar outside your window, however. As you see that your sort of window out, you don't face the plaza, I guess, so it would be to sort of the you find your window basically is facing a few buildings, a few rows of buildings, probably 2 streets and 4 rows of buildings, and then a wall. But you see people are moving around, even just outside your window, on your sort of ground floor south. Is there anything you'd like to do when you wake up?
I asked the guard if I can have some water and food, please.
Nabusa?
Food, water, got any?
Sure. Give me a persuasion check. If you can't try to convey to him what you're asking.
I can convey it to them for a truce.
You're
sort
still
of-
asleep.
You sort of make
not
the
for long.
motions, sort of motion to your mouth with your hand to try to make sort of an eating thing, but he just sort of gives you a side eye and leans back. He doesn't quite get what you're trying to say very clearly. Other than that, we'll have somebody else pick up. Elaine, you are awake. Is there anything specific you'd like to do before I move on to the next person?
I'd like to get out of here.
Yeah, you do find your cell door is still locked. You can hear Silva's sort of draconic sort of snoring in and out as you hear the sort of faint crackling of electricity as she sort of inhales and exhales. Babun, you are awake.
Yes.
Wait,
is
no.
the-
Meritz, you are awake.
Ah, okay. Damn it.
Daylight savings time gave me a little bit of, actually some jet
Oh, I
lag,
feel-
surprisingly, so I'm
It gave me and Rats a bit of a loop too.
Yeah,
I
when
am
you did the thing,
exhausted.
we're like, wait, we thought it was an hour out.
but I am excited for tomorrow. Yeah. It's straight up, it's an RP session, so I'm sort of gotta be, it's a chill time. Since, I mean, you guys deserve it. After,
You know,
I mean, I could
I-
make it a non-RP session.
don't you fucking dare. I'm joking.
You find an important-looking person.
Don't you-
I go ahead and kind of stand up and stretch, and, you know, take a look out my window and salute the guard now standing there.
He nods.
Is my door still open?
Oh yeah.
That's so funny. I guess I'd like to just kind of pop my head, around to see, if everyone's still there.
Sure, give me a perception check.
Vauban has dug out the night before with his spoon.
I see.
Give me a minute. Another 9. Everybody seems there. Everybody seems present, except for Yemen. But
Yeah. You
The-
still
the-
saw
the-
them leave.
yes,
I do think that Lumeris would be worried also a bit about Kemta right now because so far I don't think we have seen Kemta. But I guess I'd kind of wave hi to Elaine, just say good morning to Gridor. Howdy doody.
Haddy dilly dilly.
Lannister and Vauban, you both click out.
Another day in prison.
Well,
We have a harmonica.
Do I have my
Do I have a harmonica?
oh,
It says
Mac,
says Yaman.
do I have my cup? Did they
Your
take
cup?
my cup away? Did they leave my cup?
Your cup.
Yes. Did they strip my cup away from me?
Your safety cup. No, you still have some stuff. Like you're not. They didn't. You weren't arrested as criminals.
Mhm.
You were detained. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Am I
like, you
bound?
got you're not. You are still bound, but that's just because of your very clearly your
Do I have free movement of my hand?
no.
Damn.
Long story short, you are unable to do somatic components.
Ah. Great.
If you need help,
Fantastic.
someone might be able to help you.
Okay. So, do I still have my loot on me?
No.
Damn it.
Lannister's gonna walk up to the door and kind of like get the guard, yell at guard. Excuse me.
Huh?
I raise my arms, my hand at the window, and I said, "Can you please take this off?
He sort of shakes his head.
I need to eat."
Manahi ura. He sort of gestures to his ears and he just shakes his head.
Lannister, they can't understand you. Hold on, wait, I got this one.
How-
I'm gonna speak, I'm gonna try to speak to Bax to this man to say that we need food.
Oh, he says, you will be here shortly.
Oh, okay, perfect. He said food will be here shortly.
Yeah, and with probably shortly, probably 20 minutes, you are all brought probably. It's in a wooden bowl. It's just probably rice. It's rice with bits of fruit just sort of in there. It's a curried rice. Just simple. And that is given to each of you by a sort of a sort of a scrawny looking tabaxi, sort of very thin, not gaunt, but
Thank
lightweight.
you, friend. Trust me, my compatriots are all very grateful for food. We have not eaten in who knows how long.
Yes, sort of nods and he scoots back out.
I yell out like, "Are they gonna unbound me to eat?"
Oh, the one in the cloak asks if you're gonna unbind him to eat.
You sort of catch him as he's going through the doorway back into the sort of foyer. He sort of cranes his head back in. He says, 1 minute." To you, Valvin.
He says 1 minute, Lannister.
Unbelievable.
Just removes his hands.
Just like summon another bug to do it for you. Put it in your mouth.
He doesn't have any he can't do any somatic stuff.
Then
My hands are bound.
just
Bobbin.
shove your face in the bowl.
I don't think that would work.
Well, then you can wait.
He said 5
All right,
minutes.
he said he'll be back. Don't worry. This is prison after all. I don't think they really trust us.
Everyone eats except for Lannister in the 15 minutes it takes him to get back. However, he doesn't come back alone. You find that he arrives back with Obsidia and a hooded tabaxi, sort of modeled, sort of white and orange fur, hood up, just plain robes, with a symbol of if I can find it, just along the sleeve, a repeating pattern of a McDonald's. No,
Donald's?
McNaldo's.
I'll have some chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggies.
You're not in prison. Just see, you can't order McDonald's.
Of a familiar symbol, actually. Now that I'm checking it, the symbol that Matep had on her staff, a golden circle, one half made of gold, one half made of black. But right now, it's just on the brown robes. It's just a golden circle, sort of inlaid with a sort of a golden fabric, almost. It's just sewn in, I guess.
Not like the amulet that she gave me.
Vaguely, yes.
Excuse me, sir. Where'd you get? What's that symbol mean? On
No,
your,
it's
on your robe?
it's a woman as she turns to face you. She sort of stops, sort of almost lurching. She turns to you with not a lot of emotion in her face. Stares at you for probably just a hot second, and then walks away down to towards Lannister's cell.
Damn it!
Obsidian begins unlocking cells.
I'll just kind of step on out of mine.
She's gotta come back around to let everybody out, right?
Obsidian is just going down the way. She's doing Lemaris,
Okay.
Gridor, you, Lannister, Elaine, and Zephyra.
Please, miss. I'm really desperate to know what this means. A friend gave this amulet to me before she passed on and told me to take it to the Tower of the Moon. What does it mean?
Who are you trying to talk to?
The person with the symbol on their robes.
Oh, okay. As you move towards down towards Lannister's spell, Obsidian just puts out a hand and stops you. Where do you think you are going?
I need to know what the symbol means, and then I'm gonna pull out the amulet. A friend gave it to me.
That is the symbol of Nala.
Okay. Well,
It's the goddess of fate.
what does it have to do with the Tower of the Moon?
I don't know. She sort of shrugs.
Damn it. All right. Well, thanks for the info.
Yep. And she just pushes the button. Lannister, the brown robe tabaxi stops at your cell.
Okay, I say.
She waves her hand.
Morning.
And it unlocks. She doesn't address you, even with your good morning.
Oh, you are a bloodsucker.
She moves towards you, very nonchalantly, with a hand on the device that you're holding, that's sort of keeping your and it unlocks.
I kind of rub my wrist together in my hands. Like, do you understand how sore that is?
What the sort is this? And she stabs you. With not a knife, but it looks briefly like a letter opener. And she draws it back, and the momentary pain disappears immediately. You see something briefly flow into the sort of the letter opener. She puts it into her robes, and she walks away.
Lannister,
Can you please tell me what that was about?
No response.
Lannister, are you going to eat that?
Was it the mysterious hooded tabaxi that did that?
Yep.
Is Acedia still there? I look, I'm like, what was that?
Oh, I see. She sort of smiles, crossing her arms vaguely with the sort of a shit-eating grin. Looks like you won't be casting in our city, friend.
They exercised Lannister.
You don't feel your connection to the divine cut off. You do feel something like a faint headache going.
If I try to summon my bloodletting diary, can I?
Nope.
Even if I try.
Nope.
Okay. I see. So I turn to Obsidian and say, "Are we free now?"
Of course. But
thank you.
There is a bit of a fee.
Pardon me, but we were not made aware of a fee.
We have to.
You are being made aware now.
We have to pay to stay the night in prison.
And what is the fee?
So we have.
What is the fee about? Yes, please tell me why are we being feed for?
The city has elected to fine you for damages, but not as much as they could have. 200 gold each.
200 gold each.
You do understand that we did not have really much of a choice in that situation,
I don't even
correct?
think I carry money.
This is not my decision.
We do have enough gold for that, by the way.
I don't
Yeah, I
have
know.
any-
I'm saying. Is there any way we could talk to somebody about this? This is outrageous.
Yes.
Lumineers kind of pipes up. What's the what the damages of like the forest? What's the
Yes.
Well, bippity boppity boo, what can a druid do for you? How can I help? Let me fix it.
Yes,
Well,
have the druid do community service.
Yes. Can he conjure up whatever new trees? Lumineers.
Lumineer just kind of looks at Lannister. It's like my sweet
Conjure
summer
up
child.
New
But
Okay.
It's just he's just vaguely smiling just at this, this sort of altercation.
I refuse to pay 200 gold for being treated like a prisoner and getting stabbed. Excuse me.
in
Go back in
fairness,
your
that
cell.
was a little rude.
Excuse me. This is not how we do things in Assyria and the Crimson Cast. This is
In
outrageous.
fairness, we were shot out of the sky and we're the ones getting fined.
I am not at liberty to say, but from what I have heard, that was the best option. She sort of looks you in the eyes, Lannister.
Better than being executed.
See? The elf man is smart.
See?
Fine.
I told you guys!
Fine. You.
So what's that come out to? That's 1,200 gold.
Yes.
1200 gold. How does that much translate into platinum?
2, 4,
The-
6, yeah.
Then we just switched a little bit further. The whatever was running the vehicle you were traveling in has seeped into the earthen ground. Lots of trees are sprouting strange blue crystals.
Whoa.
Yes. Other than that, the ships that followed you, when they crashed, they did substantial forest fire damage. Ancient trees burnt to cinders. New growth is good when it comes naturally. This was not natural. It will take a long time for that area to recover.
How big of an area would this be?
She sort of explains to you a substantially sized area, probably 1,000 feet squared of just these. And you do remember when at the end of that battle, these huge spelljammers were just falling.
Yeah.
Whatever the Chutak or the strange green-eyed tabaxi were doing on those sort of ripping skiffs, those flying little skiffs that they had, it seemed to bring them down. But they seem to have reconciled at least that they're not going to blame you for the gift showing up. They're just asking for assistance, some assistance in repairing some of the damage to the forest, clearing out whatever the hell those crystals are, and possibly this is probably the best case scenario of getting off with potentially being responsible for dragging Gith here and like killing a bunch of Tabaxi.
I say we just pay the gold and get the hell out of here.
Whether or not you were, it's from their perspective.
Yeah.
All right. I also will tell Cydia to say that I am a cleric. If there is any wounded, I can also assist in that too.
We have our own.
Does
But
community
thank
service
you. Really hoping-
reduce our fine?
I'd like to kind of lean over to Lannister and say I've got another kind of deal that I might want to cut with them, but I want to get out of jail first. So
Yes. I turn to Cydia and say, is there by any chance we can discuss this somewhere that's not in prison cells?
Well, yeah. The Master of Laws is not really available at the moment. Write to local officials, I guess. Again, I am.
No. What I'm saying is like, can maybe talk about this somewhere else.
Why? She sort of says.
Why? Because we want to leave, and we are
Well,
willing
please.
to make that a deal.
want
You
to
may
feel the
leave.
wind.
Yeah, we're
also
out
do
of
not have all
ourselves,
our
man.
belongings. In order to give you your money, we require our belongings, friend.
The lobby is
As
just
you
right over there.
I'm
Go
gonna
collect your
run.
stuff for free.
I'm gonna
She's
run.
just she's
over,
sort of she's like, why are you giving me shit? She's the expression on her face.
I'm gonna run over and grab my loot.
I'll go get my stuff, collect my
Yeah,
stuff.
let's go get suited
I
up.
just tell everybody.
Yeah, I will go pick up Fulgrin and Ace very quick.
I also kind of gonna make a point to also kind of cloak up here.
Okay.
I would like to kind of after we've suited up, I do want to kind of turn to Obsidia and say, hey, there was an Aarakocra in that fight that we were in. What happened to that guy?
I remember him. He was laying down in the bushes, right?
Well, if you recall when I used some magic to heal up everybody, I didn't exclude him because he wasn't a Gith.
Vaguely, I remember him. I don't know where he went. Probably off wherever the masked one was. She sort of makes the sort of gestures to emulate Yaman.
Real quick out of character, did anyone see, like, does anyone recall if they saw, like, Kemta get snatched by the actually, would I have seen? I forget if I was the one who saw that Kemta got snatched by
Vauban
the
definitely
tabaxi.
saw Kemta get snatched.
It was Vauban, Yaman, and Lannister.
Yeah.
Gotcha. If one of you could pipe up.
Yeah.
Yes.
He got dragged into the forest by the forest people. I don't know what you call them, but we have not seen him here. He looks crazy. He's got like this weird mask. It's pretty cool looking, honestly.
I have no idea. Sorry.
Damn it.
Damn. All right.
Oh, good door.
Follow me to the lobby.
All right.
You follow her to sort of that reception area with that sort of the stone desk area where that you see the dragonborn is sort of sitting there, looking a little bit more rested than he was in the waning hours. Doesn't really pay anybody any mind. You are given your things. They are handed to you. They're brought out on a sort of a wooden trolley that's sort of pushed into the area where you're all able to grab and equip up.
Just kind of logistically with everybody, does anyone need their 200 gold covered?
I don't have any money, so yes.
I'll cover you. Got you, bro.
If
Hold
you
on.
need to, you can take from Yaman's share of gold in the bag.
Taking a bag of holding. We have 5 gold pieces, 150 plat. We have 150 plat, guys. How much is 1,000? What was it 1,200? You said?
It was 200 per person.
Right. That's what I'm saying. 200 per
yeah, I
person.
think-
Plat's worth, I believe, 10 gold apiece. How much plat was it?
We have 150 platinum.
Ah, I hit the wrong button.
Don't forget all the gold bars and shit that you've put in the bag.
You know, that's also true.
And the 2,900 gold worth
I know.
of bulk of jewelry.
Should we just do kind of 150 platinum or 120 platinum pieces to?
I'm getting a call from China mainland. What the hell?
Yo, it's Winnie the Pooh's calling you, bro.
There you go.
What the hell? Okay. Anyways, 120 platinum pieces. Yeah, that's fine with me. Lannister is willing to part with a little extra just to just because he feels a little bad. Even though none of this was really in his power. So if he is willing to part ways with a little bit more just to help out the community if he needs to.
All right.
So is 120 platinum pieces enough, or 100? I guess 100. Wait,
Yeah.
is it 100? Okay, so
You guys are I'm paying.
I'm going to give I guess, do I go to Obsidia to find?
She directs you to the counter where the
Okay.
dragon would be.
Okay. I say on behalf of the Secret Order in Assyria and my companions, we apologize for what may have happened. And we will gladly pay the 200 gold fine for each person. Plus giving additional money in hopes for anything that you need. So I'm gonna give them 140 platinum.
All right. He texts you, thank you for your donation. Sort of
Yes.
messing up his ad lib.
And I turn around to the group and say, all right, it looks like everything's been paid. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
Yeah, let's step outside.
Before I leave, can I check the bag and look for the crystal? Very important crystal. Is it there?
Mhm.
Okay.
Just make sure Grador doesn't eat me. Don't think I forgot about those comments you made about my wife. I remember.
Just
I didn't say a damn word about you.
You can't fool me. You can't pull the wool over my
Let's go.
eyes, Grador.
Let's go.
I
I'm
remember
gonna push Bobbin
everything.
out the door.
Don't push me.
Come on.
And out of character, and I'll thank Paranis for your bail money because he's the one that put the 150 platinum and 500 gold pieces back.
Brandis bless.
Oh
Okay.
Lord.
Right. You guys leave this structure that has served as a little bit of a containment zone for you guys.
We escaped prison.
Whenever we get outside, I'd like to kind of, if I can find a lightly private place, I would like to cast locate object on Kemta's helmet.
Okay. You don't get
All right,
anything
who wants to help me
looking
find Yaman? He kind of vanished. I'm gonna go find Yaman and
Yaman's-
maybe my wife.
Yamin, hold on, and I kind of say, before we split up, let's just kind of get our bearings, shall we? Is it just us now? Is Obsidian still following us, or how does that?
Yeah, she sort of waved you off as you left the sort of the thatched door.
Adios.
Well, it's actually a wooden door.
Okay.
Yeah, she sort of waves away, and she doesn't stay in there. You see, she leaves as well, and heads towards the series of large structures with the huge pyramid. But yeah, you guys are out in the city. It is earlier morning. The sun is still not more than a little bit over the horizon. The sky is a sort of an orange pink like flame. Clouds are in the air. The air itself is still cool from the night. Yeah, things are dewy and misty and very busy. Even in this plaza area where you are. Lumaris, you sort of whether the group chooses to follow you or not, you find a sort of a secluded sort of alleyway area where there's not very much foot traffic, and you find a secluded spot where you kneel on the ground, you brush away some of the sort of the dirt and sand, and you put an ear to the ground and you cast locate object. You don't get anything from your locate object.
Okay. Okay. Well then, I'm gonna keep concentration on that. I would like to kind of walk back to the group a little bit, and say, well, I don't know if Kemta is nearby. You guys said you saw him get grabbed by those like masked Tabaxi at fight.
Yes. We do not even know where he is. We.
No, but we can find out where the masked tabaxi are and go from there.
I suppose.
I'm concerned about him, but for what it's worth, it seems like these people don't seem so bad. I'd like to hope.
I would believe so.
So, maybe we kind of, take take it a bit easy today. I do have kind of one more kind of trick up my sleeve in trying to augur for him a little bit, but other than that, I think we'll have to meet back up with Yaman, who, by the way, how did Yaman do that?
He's Yaman Lane. He can do whatever he wants.
It
He
was
probably just-
practically like he was a different person.
He probably just
Like-
cast polymorph on himself.
Well, yeah, but does Yaman even do magic? I haven't seen
I
him
mean,
do magic
probably.
before, I
I mean,
don't
he's
think.
Yaman. Maybe he isn't just. Maybe he's just.
Well, maybe
hiding.
when we find him, we should ask.
Well,
now.
I'm going to go find him and maybe my wife. So who wants to join me? And maybe
I'm gonna go find a bank.
All right, see you, Grador.
Okay.
Where do you want to meet up?
Well, I do not know the area. This is why.
How about we just meet up back here?
I mean, it seems as good a place as any to try and meet back up, either there or the gate they brought us through. Kind of
Or
our
we
two
can meet up
landmarks
at
that
one
we've
of those
got.
big ass towers.
Is,
in the
is, is,
distance.
is there like a huge
Oh, that's
notable
true.
landmark in the city?
Okay, so you
The
guys
giant-ass towers.
are in a complex. There are 4 giant ass towers
See?
in this complex. They're probably the tallest around. They cast huge looming shadows. There's also the huge temple, big one, biggest one in the city, where you saw the party sort of vaguely going on. Whoever I told that to. Other than that, just a lot of structures built into the walls that sort of surround this area. You see sort of some streets that are in this area too, rows of buildings. Seem to be residential or administrative. It's hard to tell. Everyone around is pretty well dressed.
How about we
Yeah.
meet at that giant ass tower? I'm gonna point
So-
at one of them.
Okay.
Everybody agree to that? Meet up and say we'll meet up in 5 hours.
Okay, so the 4 towers.
Yes.
One is painted white, just fully white. The other is painted fully black. One is sort of, it's not really painted, but the sandstone it's made out of sort of shimmers kind of golden in the sort of the morning sun. And the other one is painted red with sort of flashes of color, just sort of spattered up its length. Each one probably stands a little bit over 1,000 feet tall.
I say we meet up at the gold one. Everybody agree to that?
Alright, that sounds fair.
Oh, yeah, that works for me.
All right. Cool. See you guys.
I guess. Yep.
Oh.
Finally.
You see Bowman just walks over to the gold tower and just sits down.
Who?
Bobbin.
No, I'm gonna
Oh,
go.
Robin?
I'm gonna go look for
Oh.
Yaman.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Go for it. Okay, you Robin heads towards one of the open gates to the left and right of the plaza.
Finally, I'm not at risk of that bull eating me.
Is anyone in particular looking to also look for Kemta? If not, I can go on my own. But I've also got some stops to make around shops and things.
I do plan to go to the bazaar, or if there's one around here. I will certainly join you in looking for Kemta, but like I said, I do not know if we know where he is anymore.
My plan is to try and augur a little bit for him, and if I don't get the results I'm looking for, then I'm gonna start by just heading towards the bazaar. So,
All right, I'll join you then.
I'll be for him, but I'm gonna lighten my bag first.
we'll see you later, Grador.
So we've got the Voblin group, we've got the Lumeris Lannister group, and we have the Grador group. Elaine, who are you going with?
Give her just a second. She is. Little girl had an accident.
All right, no worries. We'll switch to who are you right now? Sam.
I am just we.
You are just safe. Give me that. Give me that.
Double check. There's the tabaxi.
Yes. Give me that check, brother.
And that is investigation.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
I'm gonna go find Yaman. I'm gonna go find Yaman.
8.
I
ain't find shit.
You seem to wander into this sort of this. You're just following the wall of the city on the right, just to see if you can't make it around it, just to get a gist for its size. And you actually come to some docks.
Oh.
It is a very wide river. On the other side, you can see sort of the peaking sort of structures on the other side. For all you know, it could be another city with the sort of the size and the grandeur of the structures. But you don't really see anything. You don't see towers. You don't see. It just makes you feel off. Other than that, you sort of the smell of fish and crustaceans and the sound of boats rocking at dock, sails tied and anchors sort of dropped. It's a pretty busy place. Mm-hmm. You blend in pretty well. Everyone here smells of fish and mud. You see some interesting creatures in cages or dead in piles atop carts that are waiting to be moved. You see a four-legged crustacean of some sorts with a long tail that ends in one sort of crab sort of like claw. There's a big eye on the front of it, and they're just sort of piled high. You see that there are in cages what appear to be fish that are swimming through the air. Sort of butting their heads against the sort of the thatch. And this is just C. This is what Jassi sees. He got lost with an investigation of 8. So I'm just giving him a lowdown of where he is.
Just see. Okay, just ninja. All right.
Yeah. You have no idea where you are.
All right. The best place to go from here is.
You're just sort of using those 4 massive towers and the big temple.
I guess I'm realizing I haven't eaten in a while. I wish to now attempt to find. Is there any place that sells street food here?
Give me another check.
Okay, check. Investigation, I'm guessing.
Oh yes.
4. I am.
You can't find anywhere to eat, but there is a cart of pretty like you can't tell if it's just because of the form you're taking, but like these fish that are sort of piled look real delicious. They're sort of like smooth looking multicolored fish that have been prepared and are just waiting to be moved. You could probably grab a few of them.
Is there somebody at the cart?
Nope.
I would like to attempt to do a sleight of hand to
Go
slyly
for
steal 1 or 2 fish.
it. Go for it.
Normal. 11.
Wow.
It's the lowest you can get.
Wow.
Yeah, with an 11, you get it. You get 4 of these little
That
sort of
passed it.
sunfish-sized fish. Yeah,
That-
there's no one there at the cart.
Okay,
It's-
fair.
Yeah,
Alright, wow,
and they're just stacked there in their thousands, just atop this huge.
Alright, okay. I wish to then walk away and attempt to munch on my meal.
All right.
And attempt to try and find another a general store, maybe a place that sells maps, anything of that sort.
Yes, you bite into
Something.
one of these fish, and it squirts you with ink. Just,
Uh,
it's pretty good.
And you
But-
eating them.
You're thankful that your fur is black.
I'm guessing another investigation check to try and find a place that
Yes.
sells maps.
Yes, with advantage this time because you are
Oh, it-
making your way through the city here.
Unless,
So, what's the name of this
Okay, I would
city
just-
again?
We'll just take the 19. Ziomara.
Zeramara?
Yes,
can,
with
can
a-
I roll investigation to find where
it's
Jesse
spelled
is?
Xiomara.
Zeomara?
All right, you're sort of walking around. With a 19, you sort of meander your way, out of this wherever this fishing area is, these docks, back towards the big temple, just because you feel like the more inwards you go to the city, the easier it'll be to either find your friends or of value. And you do. You see a single building, sort of sitting at the neck of a crossroads. The street sort of bending around it and reconnecting on the other side. It looks like a boat that's been turned upside down, and it just is acting as a roof to this structure, made out of tall plank, and you see some carpets sort of hanging on the walls to sort of give it a not as a utilitarian kind of appearance. You see that the whole boat on the top, that's acting as its roof, sort of been flipped over, is painted with sort of swirling, like lava lamp-like design of sort of pinks and whites and reds and blues and greens, and not really any sort of with any sort of design in mind, but it's pretty. And sort of stretching from that roof are some long ropes that connect to other buildings in this sort of crossroads across the street, where small little multicolored flags are sort of draped. There's a sign. You can't read it. But it seems like a structure that is presenting itself festively. What would you like to do?
I would like
Festively,
to enter the building.
Sure. As soon as you enter, you hear a bell. Ding, ding, ding.
To
Do
look
I hear
around.
this
Do I
bell?
Yes.
see,
No, you don't.
Damn.
You look around. It's a place with shelves filled with just everything. Just, oh man, you see like there's skulls and jars. There's a large framed fish on the wall. You see there's 6 or 7 pots with arrows of varying different designs, sort of the fletching sticking at the top. Long shelves lined with books and baubles and knickknacks and all manner of things that sort of shimmer or glow or have a sort of eldritch writing or various different kinds of things. You see a long sort of a center counter just in the center of all of this garbage, a circular counter with a register or some shelves. Some more little knickknacks and stuff stacked. This place is probably 120 feet by 40 feet.
Alright, I wish to call out and see.
Just chock full of stuff.
To call out and see if I can get anyone's attention.
All right, you call out. silent except for the ticking of some knickknacks and sort of
Say hello.
of a sort of an orb that's just sort of harmlessly arcing pink lightning, just into the air and into the shelf that it's on, not really affecting anything. Nothing. It's you smell incense, sort of, and you see it burning in a small sort of glass container. You don't get any immediate response.
I wish to look around a bit more, see if I can find a map of our current. Guess I need to ask that.
Sure.
So I know what-
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Your quest in looking for a map has given idea.
You see, sort of looking up into what normally would be the deck of the boat that is acting as the roof of this building. You see all manner of things sprawled across the ceiling. Perfect. You see sort of unfurled scrolls. You see vibrant tapestries and weapons that have been sort of tied to the ceiling or bolted to the ceiling. You see like the skeletal remains of the jaws of a giant shark. Just again right over the sort of the central sort of cylindrical counter that's at the center of all this. These things, this mess of stuff. You see a few maps up there.
I wish to look over the counter to see. Do I see anyone?
You see that there's probably like a foot lip, and then a spiral staircase descending downwards.
Is there a way in there, or does it look like to be like employees only?
You'd have to hop the counter.
Oh, okay, I shouldn't do that. I'll give another call out and be like, hello. This time I'll try in Elvish.
Sure, you call out. From over your shoulder, you hear, "This one does not think there is anyone home."
Oh, hello.
You turn around and you see smiling, just sort of hands on her hips, sort of cocked, wearing basically like a burqa, I guess, but like her sort of with the face sort of opening, so you can see her face. Is a black and white tabaxi. She sort of wears a full body dress that's just a deep sort of maroon with swirlings of blue flowers and vines, just all over her body length dress. And she sort of smiles and she's just there. Hello.
So, do you work here, or are you also a customer?
This one owns this place.
Oh, actually, thank you.
She sort of extends a hand. Kumaku.
Just we.
She sort of nods.
And I don't exactly know where this is, and I wish to be. I'm afraid I might get lost if I try and leave the city. Would you happen to have a map of the area for sale?
Uma has many things. And she blinks, and she's on the other side of the counter. You see like a puff of blue smoke, and she's on the other side of the counter. She's sort of leaning up against it. There is everything here.
I see.
Yes.
How
You said you need a map?
Yes,
I have many maps. Maps of coasts. She sort of raises a hand, and a scroll unfurls, sort of rocketing from a shelf in front of you, and unfurls into a map of a coastline somewhere. This one has maps of cities. She snaps her fingers, and one appears in front of you, and another sort of puff of blue smoke. It is a map of Assyria, the capital city of Assyria. This one has tools for making maps. She sort of whirls her hands, and calligraphy supplies sort of swirl around your head, and then back to the shelf.
Well,
Kumaku has many things.
I'm sort of looking for a map of this area we're in right now. I'm from.
Yamara?
Sorry?
It's Yomara?
Yes.
Mm.
I'm not from here.
Most people are. It is an unusual request.
I can understand that. I seem to have found myself here, and well, don't exactly know truly where here is.
It's been things that no one ever really knows where they are. Give this one minute. And she starts to step down the spiral staircase.
Okay, I will continue to look around the shop and see what else they have.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh yeah, I wish to look for any kind of healing potion or anything like that.
With a 10, we're gonna go. All right, the Fedora group.
By the way, I meant to ask, what did Kui do with
She's just sort of
with
following
this?
you, just looking around.
So she's with Lumeris and Lannister.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just sort of hanging around.
And who's with me?
You're by yourself, I think.
I don't know if we ever determined where Elaine was going.
Yeah. Elaine, you going with me or are you going with the rest of the other guys?
I guess I will go with you since you are alone.
Cool.
Alright. What are you looking for, Fedora?
Well, first, I want to pull out my magical map of this continent.
Sure.
I want to open the map, hold it in my hands, and look at it.
Alright. Yeah, it's a map.
And
You
Celeste.
You see just in Adlin, a city called Ziomara. It's on a large river, surrounded by many other settlements.
In Celestial, I'm going to ask the map to show me where a bank is in Ziomara.
Alright. It sort of flickers, and then, displays a big question mark in place of the map.
In Celestial, I'm going to say a place where I can exchange larger sums of money to make my bag lighter.
You see in written in Adlin, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I'm going to repeat what I've been saying in old Adlin.
A big question mark, a big exclamation point appears. You find it zooms in on the Ziamaran city, almost like a movie doing a establishing shot, and it shows a large sort of a squat temple, sort of a round dome, if you will, pyramid. Sorry, rounded at the top, with green banners. You've not seen a sort of a structure like that yet.
And then I have a thought pop in my head, and I'm going to ask it one more question before I set off for that shop to exchange money. Can you show me where our friend Kempta is?
It the sort of the parchmenty image of that building sort of washes away like wet ink, and then you just get like a dot, and then like another question mark.
An Arakoya fellow. Probably the only one in this entire city.
The map sort of says in Adlin, I'm sorry, I can't find people.
Well, it was worth a shot. I'll flank the map, close it up.
As you're rolling it up, you just see just the scrawlings of a thumbs up as you sort of roll it.
I like this map. Handy. Well, Elaine, I guess off to the bank. And I'm gonna head to the bank.
Alright. Give me an investigation check. With some searching, probably 30 minutes, you find it. Probably 40, 60 steps up to you see the only opening. What would you like to do?
Go in and inquire if I can exchange 2,000 gold for its value in platinum.
Sure. You sort of go up the steps and you find that it isn't actually an opening, but a sort of a reception area. There doesn't be any doors on this structure. Just a sort of an elderly looking tabaxi gentleman, sort of gray fur. Not because he's aging, but that's just sort of the color of his full green eyes. Vague Fu Manchu going, with spectacles. He says, "Imasun." He doesn't look up at you. He just sort of says that as you approach.
All right.
What would you like to do?
See if he speaks Old Adlin to where we can understand each other.
No, this one is not accustomed to Adlin. How may I help you?
You speak common.
How may this one help you?
I would like to exchange a sum of gold for its worth in platinum.
How much gold?
2,000.
Ah, interesting. All right. Give this one a moment. Yeah, he takes the gold, and you see behind him there's a sort of a glowing circle. He steps into that, and he vanishes.
That's kind of cool. Did you see that? I was talking to you, Elaine.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, Elaine.
And
See him disappear. That was cool.
after probably 15 minutes, he's back with a smaller sort of sack of things. He hands it towards you. Here is your yes. He sort of pushes it towards you. You see that he knows Adlin, but it's not his, like, very clearly not even his third language. He knows the bare minimum. He sort of points it with tax. This one has deducted tax.
Okay, fair enough.
Now you open it and you find you have 2,000 gold. 2,000 gold would be 200 platinum, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
You find 190 platinum.
All right.
Not bad. I
I will thank him and take a gold piece out of my bag and toss it to him as a tip.
Sort of catches it. Sort of gives you a weird look and puts it inside his sort of He's wearing like a blue shirt with white trim and just trousers. You sort of slips that inside, probably in the interior pocket.
Is it
Sort
a
of nods. Yeah, it's like a. It's honestly it looks a little bit like two bits of fabric that are wrapped from his back over to it, like across his chest, but with a shirt underneath it. Yeah, it's hard to describe. I'm not super keen with how to describe
You're
clothes
fine.
yet. So.
That brings me to a total of 202 platinum. And 475 gold pieces, which is a little bit more manageable.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Gonna pull my map back out and ask it where I can buy bottles of beer and ale and mead.
Sure. It shows you a drawing of a large tree with sort of with at the base of it a large structure, sort of vaguely ramshackle looking, but impressive. Sort of a straw thatch roof. And you see winding around the outside of the tree are staircases that lead up into the branches. And in the branches there are sort of box-shaped rooms, structures, with windows.
I'm there.
And since you're at the top of this, it's sort of, I'm going to ping the screen, sort of vaguely like this structure here. as you're at the top of something like that, you can actually see a large tree in the distance with sort of the same sort of design.
I'm gonna head there.
All right, you begin your journey there. We will move to the Vauban group.
The Vauban group being exclusively me.
Yes, it's the biggest group.
Yes.
The only group that knows how to speak to Vax.
Exactly, which is why I've left everybody else.
You abandoned my home, my territory. No. So, what is it you'd like to do?
So I'm just kind of taking a look around the city, looking for Yamen, but mostly just exploring. Probably gonna duck into some shops every here and there.
Yes, you managed to pick up more shops than Yaman does because you can read the signs. Most of the ones you enter are a spice shop, a clothing tailor. You find a not a blacksmithy, but an area where household items and small useful trinkets are sold. Sort of like spoons and silverware, plates, a kettle,
I can sharpen more spoons.
farming equipment, stuff like that.
Cool.
And an
Any
investigation check.
particular restaurants?
Can I get an investigation check?
Let me get that. Non-intimidation, investigation. That is a no.
You find a building you think is vaguely restaurant-y. You see people eating outside. You enter it, and it's someone's home. The rather disturbed dragonborn mother, who is seems to be taking care of 4 children, is just sort of stares at you, being a solid 2 feet taller than you are.
Why is there a sign above your house, and why do you just leave your door unlocked? Oh well. Sorry to bother you, I guess.
It's done. She sort of points towards the door.
I didn't even want to be here. I just want some food, man. I'm gonna leave.
As you leave, she sort of throws a plate at you.
Gosh. No hospitality these days. Back in my day, like 2 years ago before I was in a caravan, people showed up, you let them in their house, and they only sometimes murdered you. Alright? That's a sometimes. That's like a 40% chance. And then I'm just gonna keep walking, talking to myself.
Okay. Alright, you set out into the city once again. I'll get one more investigation check from you. See if you get the DC, and then we'll move on.
Ouch.
Nope. The Lannister Lumeris group. What are you doing?
Alright. I'd like to essentially start ritual casting augury.
Okay.
So it'll take about, a few minutes, but
Can I try to do ascending?
Ascending too?
To Dora.
Sure.
I say, Dora, are you there?
Master?
I am alive. And then
Yeah, you gotta finish saying what you're saying before you
yeah. I say I am alive. How are you and Allura?
I am fine. Where did you go? Allura is fine. The mercenaries are here too.
Good.
The Vector are, and then the message cuts off.
Okay. I should have the communication stone. I just wanted to see if that worked. Just wanted to see if something worked. All right, so I'm gonna think about the communication stone and finally use it.
All right, you get static.
Well, of course, nothing is always as easy as it should. I remember the distance between these is like what was it? Like 1,000 miles? Not like 1,000 miles.
The strange snake man you bought them off of said that like said that the range should be theoretically infinite, but it can't cross planes, and things get kind of iffy over super long distances.
I see. Okay. All right.
It could be like the weather or the time of day, or you don't understand this device enough to really gauge why it's not working. Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to use
Yep.
another sending and tell Dura, keep it short. Where are you? My location unknown. Yeah.
You're in
For
Ziomar.
what? Yeah, we
ZMR. Oh, ZMR. Yeah, yes. Quite far away, I should say.
It's just he just stammers for a minute. We are somewhere in the desert,
Oh.
sort of following the range south. See if we could find where you would come out. These sort of questions. I've been trying to reach you with the stone, but it's not work, and then it cuts off.
I'm like, I'm just gonna use my spell slots for the sending. So that was 32. So I have a last one. I say, out of sending, I tell him to find a way to get out, get back home, keep in contact, stay safe.
He says, "Okay, be safe." And then he ends his message.
All right. Well, that's that. Hopefully he comes okay. And I turn to Lemaris and say, so, what are we looking for? Or specifically, what are you looking for in the bazaar?
Yes. What are the specifics of this already?
So my augury is results specific course of action plan to take in 30 minutes. The specific course of action I plan to take, for the sake of this spell, is to fly around the city with locate creature active to find Kemta, or with locate object on Kemta's helmet to find Kemta.
All right. You get wheel.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So kind of coming out of my augury, I kind of look to Lannister and say, well, it looks like Kempt is in the city. So far as I can tell. Again, I'm not feeling too urgent since since our hosts were not so aggressive, aside from the fact that they stabbed you without saying anything, which I thought was a little rude. But are you okay? Do you need any help? Like, are you like?
Are you
they
talking
really
to me?
seemed, yeah, to
Oh,
you.
okay.
To do you need any, like, are you all right? They really seemed keen on you.
I proceed to tell Lemaris that about what really happened. Oh, give me a second. Yeah, I proceed to explain to him what really went down
Regarding?
about me and my transformation becoming a dampier, and kind of my experience through that, and how right now I do indeed have a hunger for blood on occasion. And I look to Lemaris and say, now if I do go out of, I suppose, control
I need a check for you, by the way.
right now. Wisdom.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
Okay, so which one are you choosing here? You're 2 for your hunger at the beginning of the day.
Oh, blood, right?
Yeah.
So getting that hunger right now, and I kind of say, and I put that on hold, and I say, "Excuse me," and I take out the cup, and I kind of, just make blood, just pour, and I start drinking.
All right. Yeah, it's Give me a minute. I'm gonna read your thing here. The Dark Hungers. Okay. So you're giving in with the cup.
Right. And to roll to not
You did not fail.
right.
Anyways, continue.
Okay. And so with that, I pause. I take my sip and drink, and in front of Lumeris, and I say, as you can see, I do need to sedate the hunger. I do try my best, Lumeris, as you can tell. I do not wish any harms to you all.
So when you do give in, you suffer the effects of excess. Just so you are aware.
Okay. So, so do I roll, or do I just wait until
You're not taking any actions.
Alright, cool. So yeah,
Just talk.
I do explain that to Lamaris, and I do say that if I do go out to control, and it seems to be no way to stop me, then I do not blame them for ending my life quickly as they can.
I kind of look. I like to reach out and kind of put a hand on Lannister's shoulder, like, hey, I mean, nature has all sorts of strange twists and turns. You just
Yes.
happen to need some blood to survive, I think.
I've
It's we'll look out for you.
I say, I appreciate it. Thank you. It's coming out of there. I was really uncertain if I really had anybody that would understand or anyone would care. Of course, it's something that I'm pretty sure no one else can relate to, but still,
Well, I mean,
I
we Lamaris kind of is trying to kind of remember back to kind of his kind of origins at this moment in time. And he's like, we do the things that we do for the. He kind of chuckles to himself, for the patrons that we have, I suppose. To hopefully do a little good in wherever we're at. So clearly, when we're faced with a god dragon, what's that?
No, I'm just talking to myself. Continue.
Oh, no, you're good. Clearly, when we're faced with a god dragon, and we're trying to get whatever that stone was,
it was strange. The power that I had was something I did not experience. That I think I could have experienced. That I don't know. The only thing I do know is that I did it because I wanted to save you all.
Mm-hmm. I suppose that's that's the risk we run. Channeling the power of gods through our mortal bodies. So,
Yes.
you know,
And I
strange things
kind
to
of.
mix.
Mhm.
Anyway,
I say, are you able to sense Kemta at all?
from what I can tell, yes, he's in the city, and I do think I could find him. I
I take out Solus and I'm like, hey.
You you take out Solus, holding Solus by the ruff of his neck. He is the size of a large, like, Maine Coon cat at this moment.
Does Solus
I say,
start
okay.
scratching people?
I say,
You can no longer hide Solus in your ropes. It's
Yeah.
much too large. You look like you're basically pregnant when you have him. So yeah, he's
okay. He's I
Large.
say, yeah. Getting
I
quite
just
big.
thought of a new question for the map.
Can Solus help in any way, Luminous? I do not know. I think he's
You know
smart.
what?
He is smart for his own right, I think.
I wanted to ask Solus in Sylvan. Hey, do you remember that the Arakocra that we met in the underground area?
yes.
Would you be willing to look for? Also, are you hungry? Are you okay? How are you doing?
I am very hungry. I have not eaten in days.
I wish to I wish to produce some good berries and be like, here, buddy.
My favorite. Sort of floats over. Sort of. Very.
What is
Just-
this thing?
He's like think of like an axolotl, but smaller arms, and like a fatter body, and like a big dopey smile that floats.
I look and I say, oh, he looks very hungry. I thought I fed him.
Well, in
Gave
fairness,
me
you
a
had,
leg of a chicken once. It was okay.
What? So, as Solus is noshing on some berries, I'm gonna ask, hey, would you be willing to? So we know that our Arakocra friend got grabbed by a couple of kind of masked woodsy tabaxi. From what I know, his helmet is in the city, which I would generally think means that he's in the city. Would you be at all willing to search around a couple of buildings? I know you can go invisible, and you're very cool that way.
Thank you.
So would you be willing to gently snoop around and see if you could seek him out? He speaks only. Well, actually, I don't know if he only speaks Druidic, but I was only able to talk to him in Druidic. You know what? I have an answer.
As you're talking to him, he's in the good berries. He's just sort of slowly rotating.
If you do find him, get him to look at the sky. Get him to try and look skyward.
Okay.
If you're willing, of course. I suppose I never got a yes or no from you. But
And then you literally just hear, okay. And like the wind is blowing him, he just sort of floats sideways just off into the city. Like a gust of wind is carrying him away like a balloon.
I shout after him, "Hey, meet back at the gold tower."
Okay.
He's gone. Huh. So what did you tell him?
He went to go look for Kemta, and I'm going to go ahead and also take a moment to I kind of turn to Lannister and I'll be like, I'll need one more moment here, and I'm going to go ahead and ritual cast Skywrite. And the words I'm going to choose are, I'll type them out. Is the gold? So is this gold tower kind of in the center of the city?
The gold tower?
Yeah.
No, the center of the city is the big temple. The sort of the large towers, gold tower, the white tower, the black tower, and sort of the red multicolored tower, are just in that central plaza that leads to the big temple.
Gotcha.
They are structures, like you see windows, probably up to 300 feet, and then there's no windows because you grasp it unless it is a non-Newtonian structure, or was it a non-Euclidean structure?
Yeah.
It would be pretty hard to move around.
I go ahead and I'm not trying to fill the entire sky with this message, in Druidic, but I go ahead and leave this message in the up in the sky in the clouds.
Okay. As you do, sort of proud of yourself, looking up at it, hands on sort of, at your side, you hear like the faint beginnings of panic from around you. As people are sort of looking up and pointing at the sky. As like for you, Lannister, just these eldritch symbols just appear above you in the sky.
I look to the mares and say, don't think that was a good idea.
Like a riot? No riot starts, but there's like people are like very concerned about the sky letters and what they mean. You see two skiffs sort of take off into the sky towards the letters.
I told them I think we should just keep moving. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
There's no way to get rid of that unless I start casting more magic, which might not fix it right now. So let's just kind of go. I kind of grab Quay's hand and
yeah, we can turn around and gonna walk away.
What?
Yeah, anybody who's outside of it, look up and you just see these like eldritch omens appear in the sky.
What the hell are they doing?
I like how you automatically know it's your group.
Like,
very good.
What is the purpose of this? Why are they just putting messages in the sky?
I just kind of say to Lannister, I really hope that Kemta sees that before.
I really hope no one saw that we did that.
Hold on, wait. What's this written in?
It's Druidic.
Druidic.
Yeah.
Do I speak Druidic?
So no, it's just symbols ominously floating above you.
I was trying to make it kind of small.
You were going to make a small message in the sky, and that
that's why I told Solus to have Kemta look towards the skies, so he would know to be looking towards something.
At that point, you might as well just go all out and make it like the entire sky.
Just repeating over and over.
Yeah, like what's the
again,
point of a tiny message in the sky if it's in the sky?
A biblical verse.
Because it's like painting your barn red and telling someone to look for the
the definition of be not afraid.
Back up.
Yeah. So anyway,
I didn't catch that.
I said it wrong. It's fine. But my point being is, it was intended to be a signal he'd be able to see that wouldn't alert the entire city to things, but clearly tact was not used in this spell casting.
You should have put another language in tabax under it. That's like, please do not worry about the message.
It's just one word. Chill out.
Yeah, chill out. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about the message in Druidic in the sky.
I following this incident, I kind of just look for ways to kind of just get out of the area.
There's an alleyway.
Sure.
But
Yeah, yeah.
there's thousands of alleyways and nooks and small passages.
Is there a store close to us?
Be real with you, none of you guys speak Draconic or Tabax
Yep.
or
Um,
Orbish. Like
and-
you don't,
and Gridor
you
keeps
can't.
knocking out the
there are
only person that
skulls
does.
outside of buildings, and there are buildings with signs and stuff.
Alright.
But
Alright,
but
so-
to tell the difference between a shop and an eye clinic would be, you'd be hard pressed to.
It's
Considering these
understandable.
are
Okay,
rock
okay.
stone buildings.
I was looking for some
have,
food. I speak the language, and I still entered someone's house.
I have a mild, hopeful answer for this, which is I'm gonna go ahead and give me 2 seconds here. I need back up. I'm gonna go ahead and cast locate object again.
All right.
This time, it's going to be for, basically, I'm trying to choose something that would be an ingredient in brewing, like, healing potions.
What I know about that?
About what?
He's looking for ingredients to do heal potions.
Well,
right?
Lumeris would know it. I
alright.
just, off the top of my head, don't, they're non-specific ingredients that are, required.
Sure.
And
From
I'll
the
kinda
ones that you are aware of, some things for healing salves and stuff
I go
like
ahead and just kind of let Lannister know, hey, I've got some magic up to help me find some, hopefully some supplies for,
that. And what spell is this?
locate object.
Okay.
If you need me to post it again, I can.
Nothing right away.
That's fine. It's a 10-minute concentration spell. So
Some people walking by have some components. You see, probably the first place you come across is very clearly a clinic. Just from the locate object spell, you see there's storerooms of these ingredients and stuff. There are sort of elderly outside, people waiting, various injuries, no doubt brought by the precarious living brought in the city. A lot of broken ribs. You sort of walk by what looks to be a few small stalls that are selling sort of caustic brews and brews and potions and sort of different liquids. Other than that, you come across a low building that has some things outside, sort of on display, clothes, some weapons. Some scrolls and vases. Has an intimidating-looking man with his arms crossed, sort of beside the door into this structure. No windows, except for a large sign that's above it. Looks like a shop.
Looks like a shop.
Yeah.
Okay. I turn to Lannister and say, I'm looking to brew up some healing for our travels. Okay. So I'm looking for some bulk supplies. I would have explained this as we were walking around.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm looking to get that, as well as some other things, and of course I've got some stuff to offload. So I'll go ahead and look to try and walk into the store here.
Sure. Yeah, the large dragonborn man now that you're close to, sort of standing outside with his arms crossed, just sort of looks at you as you enter.
Go ahead and give him a little, once again, a little, a little nod as we pass by.
I'll give a wave. Hello.
All right. You enter. It's a simple shop, standard counter with a sort of a doorway behind it leads into a back room. You see sort of the lips of crates and barrels and goods that are stacked high. Some shelves around the outskirts of the room, lined with what appears to be clothes, some weapons, rudimentary weapons, crafted cudgels, more than just like a branch that's been smoothed, but it has a sort of a handle with a gear-shaped head. There's a few dozen of those, personal protection weapons. Arrows, no bows. Lots of food in stands, and what appear to be spell components in small jars.
Gotcha. Is there anyone that appears to be like behind a counter or anything?
Not at the moment. You sort of hear shuffling in the back, clinking of glasses, something bubbling.
I wish to actually. Do I know? I do know Elvish. I wish to call out in Elvish. Hello.
Dumasin Arakanti Bun.
So did you understand that?
No. I go ahead and try in common. Do you understand me in this language?
A slender woman with a big afro, sort of not a tiefling, but with like bright green skin, sort of peeks her head around the corner. Sort of thinks to herself, I don't speak Adlin.
Oh no.
I see.
I try for I ask in Gnomish.
No.
More.
And then I try. I'll try. I'll try. How about Goblin?
Again, she's not a goblin. She just has green skin for some reason.
Yeah.
She's no.
I look to Lumiris and say, it looks like the language barrier is going to be a bit of a trouble, but what do you need? Maybe we could probably work something out, yes?
Help? She sort of tilts her head.
I nod, and I point to Lumiris.
She sort of nods again.
Lumiris.
She goes fully out of the doorway now. She's just holding a beaker filled with a bubbling green liquid that's almost foaming out of the beaker. She disappears again back behind the door. She comes back without the beaker. She moves to the counter. Need something?
I go ahead and nod my head. Are there any, like, looking around? Are there any of the the components that I need for either? I need moon dust, I believe, as well as moonstone dust, as well as components for creating potions of healing. And I'd like to look around the shop to see if I see any of that.
Give me an investigation check.
I'll help him.
Okay.
Cool.
You find some sprigs of mint, some sort of powdered grain, either rice or wheat or barley. You can't really tell. As well as some honey and the sort of you don't really find any water, but that's easily enough to acquire, especially when you can make it. Those are usually what you need for healing potions. And some magical ability to infuse it with. You find that stuff. They're labeled, their costs. You can't really tell if they're actually what you need. That's why you can't tell what the powdered grain is. You could just tell by the little art sort of artsy rendition of a grain on the jar that it is powdered grain. She's just sort of sitting there, arms sort of crossed, staring at you really vague with an unsure look on her face, but like you're looking around her store, so you're probably here to buy something. Sort of expression.
Basically, I'm looking to, within kind of reason, buy a decent like bulk amount of these components.
They seem to be in jars, but there's a few dozen jars, just sort of stacked, vaguely grocery store style. Probably 12 of these jars of powdered grain, some jars of honey. The
So would it be kind of like a like 1-to-1 ratios, so to say, and
it's like you're buying spices. You know what I mean? At the grocery store where they're just in those large containers. You just sort of buy them and you go home and you fill your sort of spice shakers and stuff.
Gotcha. I mean, if they're kind of, in bulk here, I'll go ahead and grab like a jar each of, the stuff that I need.
All right.
And set them on the counter in front of her.
She sort of thinks to herself. This is. She's sort of again sort of squinting, thinking about probably the right words to say. 200 in Ian.
Yan.
I pull out like a gold piece and point, like this.
She shakes her head no.
No.
I pull out a silver piece and I'm like this.
Shakes her head yes.
Oh.
So
yeah.
200 parts
Silver.
It's sort of silver, friend.
Okay. How would the supplies here be able to get me a good number of these potions that I intend to make?
Probably 5 potions.
5. Okay.
Just healing potions.
Okay. So she said 200 silver.
20 gold.
What's that?
That would be 20 gold.
Yeah, 20 gold. So I'll go ahead and set 40 gold on the counter and just grab another like round of jars.
Okay. Thank you.
I go ahead and kind of actually kind of for the sake of carrying this also, by the way, because I don't know how bulky all of this is. Does she appear to be selling like any sacks or anything like that?
Sure. She sort of you to speed the process up. You it's five copper for the sack. You put the jars in the sack, and as long as you don't swing them around, things should be safe.
Cool.
It'll
just be like another gold piece, and I won't bother with grabbing any change. I'll just be like, thank you.
She sort of nods and waves and like you vaguely you sort of catch her just sort of exhaling just a sigh of relief as you guys leave.
Immediately go and buy more things. Trust the person out.
I kind of sling the sack over my shoulder, or kind of tie it, tie it to my quiver, I guess. And I say, all right, that should be pretty helpful for some healing supplies. Let's see. Is there anything you were looking to do in town, Lannister? I can try and help locate some stuff, for you as well.
Do I need anything? Well, not in particular. Well, suppose I could find some things for Solus. I've felt like I neglected him a little bit. I think he deserves something, but I do not know what to get.
He seemed hungry, but he didn't overtly seem bitter.
I mean, we can always get food, but do you have any ideas, Lumeris? I feel like
Well, let's see. I do still have some other things to get. Though I'll be honest, I feel like going back into that shop would just make that lady feel worse. So we'll probably want to see if we can, find some other things. Maybe like some sort of herbalist shop.
Or
For a couple more things, maybe some sort of general store.
probably a shop or an animal store or a pet shop or something like that. I think.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
If you could find any live animals, that'd be interesting.
Could be. I don't have locate creature quite prepared today. So might have to just kind of wander a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna wander. We're gonna wander like around. And if I see somebody that looks like he can speak common, I'll interject and say and kind of reach out to the individual.
You don't find anybody who appears to be not, and even like of like Adlin descent. You basically find nobody. Like it's and it really puts to grips how far away you are.
Yeah,
you are pretty much the edge of the map at this point. But with a little more traveling, you actually stumble across a rather extravagant-looking building. It looks like it's a boat that has been flipped upside down and painted, a Technicolor design. A structure's been built up underneath it. Large ropes string across the sort of the fork in the road that it sort of sits in, with the road winding around the back of this building and reconnecting on the other side, almost isolating it from the other blocks of structures. It looks vaguely almost out of place with the large Aztec-esque sort of stone buildings all around that are nice in their own way. Everybody tries to make their home not only comfortable but visually appealing. But the structure in and itself sort of stands alone, and it's got a big sign that neither of you can read, sort of standing vertically outside the front with not the archaic but the vaguely almost runic language that you are vaguely getting to grips that the Tabaxi use as a writing style. What would you like to do here?
I kind of look and can I peer inside? Like is there like a window or something?
There aren't any windows, but it's a large structure. It's not like a stadium, but it's like the size of a galleon flipped upside down.
And there's a door that could open to go inside?
Yeah. Yeah.
My interest has been piqued. I tell Lumeris, like, this is not something you see every day. I'm quite intrigued what's inside.
Yeah, me too.
Shall we?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we'll enter.
All right. You enter. The smell of must and the ticking of a dozen clocks on the wall, a few knickknacks on shelves. It is a place filled with stuff and things. There's very little regimented organization in this place. Most of the shelves are just filled with stuff in cases or just sitting freeform, or cluttered in small baskets and piles. The walls are aligned with like large tribal masks, carpet and weapons that have been bolted, skulls of animals on little pedestals or mounted on the wall. The roof is covered in a crisscross of rope. The what would have normally been the deck of this boat that is now being used as a ceiling for this place is covered in carpets and mats, weapons and hanging baskets of more knickknacks and baubles. It all sort of flows towards a center counter, which is circular. There doesn't appear to be any way except for just hopping this counter. The only other person in here is a black tabaxi, just sort of waiting vaguely and sort of tapping his foot by the counter, waiting for something.
Gotcha. Well, I guess we're not the only ones waiting here, Lannister. So
Yes.
I guess we're waiting.
Just see you see your friends walk in through the door behind you.
Mm-hmm. Who are these? I don't know these people. I should give a look and say, "Oh, hello."
Oh, hey.
Do I automatically know that it's Yaman, right?
No.
No?
No,
You take a different form?
Yeah, I'm just me.
I'll move
say,
the windows.
I say, oh, greetings, ma'am.
I say,
Wait, just is that is a lady, right?
It's a guy.
It's a guy. Hello, sir.
I say, hello, Lannister.
Sorry.
I see they let you out finally.
Do I know you?
Of course.
I love to Lumiere. I appears I know a lot of people lately. Sorry, excuse me, but who are you again?
It's me, Yaman.
Oh, yeah. I kind of pull you to the side and say, where were you?
What do you mean where I was? I was getting you out.
Yeah, well, that worked. But did you find anything else?
Oh, I've been trying to get a map. Call me just me in this form.
Sorry, just see. Okay.
If they only knew that I had the magical map.
What map are you looking for?
A general map of the area.
Oh.
We don't really know where we are, do we? So I was thinking if we had a map of the area, we would then be able.
But we do.
We do.
So yeah, we're in a city called Ziomara.
See. All right.
Yes,
so in Ziomara.
Right now, to be honest, I have no clue how to get back home.
Well, that's the thing.
It might as well be a trek back home, as one might
It most
say.
likely will be.
Anyways, have you found the others?
No. You're the first ones I've seen.
I see. Okay. Are you going to accompany us, or are you do you have things to do?
Accompany you.
All right, fantastic. And I would like to begin to browse this store.
The owner seemed to have just gone down there to look for a map.
You
for me.
see past the counter again, stacked with stuff, almost like a convenience store. There's about a foot lip, and then spiral staircase that just disappears, just down. So there is a place to stand behind this counter, but it's not. There's not very much space to do so. It's almost as if it's a bit of a hazard. Yeah, so you begin to peruse the store. All right. There is just about everything. Is there anything specific that you're looking for?
No, nothing specific. I want to look at something interesting, randomly interesting.
Okay. Randomly interesting. The large tribal masks sort of catch your attention as a mask wearer yourself. These are large and ceremonial. You doubt that they would even be worn by anyone. They're merely to either sort of depict a divine being or a spirit of some kind. It whispers very gently.
Wait, the mask?
Yeah. Just as you get close, you just hear some, not like fell whispers, but just like somebody talking really quietly.
Oh, what is it saying?
You have to get closer.
I'm gonna get closer.
You get closer. Put your ear right up against it.
Okay.
you hear just a soft voice, just a very soft voice in Adlin. Silk is a very nice fabric. And then that just repeats.
I look at it. I'm like, that's an odd opinion.
But you do feel very. You almost develop a strong opinion that silk is a very nice fabric.
I suppose it does look nice.
Can I make an Arcana check to see if Lannister was just like hoodwinked?
Sure. Yeah.
That charmed. what happened?
Lannister.
It appears that the mask has convinced you that silk is a very good fabric.
Wow.
By whispering it gently into your ear.
I kind of yell over to Lumeris and say, I think silk is a very fabulous fabric.
All right, Lannister.
What?
What's up with that mask, dude?
That's what it was telling me, and I think I agree.
Why would you think? Why all of a sudden?
Huh?
Why? Why?
I mean, silk is nice. It's breathable. It's not the most durable, but
No,
it is
certainly not. It's
breathable.
not the most. It certainly has.
Well,
its
argue that
problems.
silk is very expensive, is it not?
I mean, yeah, it's just a, trade. It's
Therefore,
part
I
of the
think that it
trade.
is very good. Anyways, moving on.
Is he okay?
Is
Is there anything else in the line of
maybe,
weird mask?
There is a million things here.
I wish to pull Lumeris to the side and say, Did he get his head hurt in prison?
No, that mask seems sketchy though. So,
Are you
I mean,
sure?
I'm fairly confident. They didn't even lock my door, so nothing really went
You
down.
really didn't? Oh, yeah, I didn't. That was
Yeah.
really weird. Prison, to be honest.
Yeah, me and Kui were just kind of like, we'll be chill,
Kui is currently like perusing just a short vase that has a bunch of like technicolored feathers in it, and she's just sort of looking through them, admiring. They're not like dollar store feathers, but they're very clearly feathers that have been taken just from 1,000 different tropical birds. So they are probably worth something to somebody. And they all look like they're not just a bright red, but they're a bright red with accents of blue. Some of them are shimmering.
A tropical boa.
Yeah. She's just admiring those. Yeah, there's 1,000 things in here. There's a jar.
That works for soulless.
Yeah, there's a jar of about 15 clockwork fireflies. There's a small metallic orb that ticks gently. There is a half a dozen spectacular hats.
I feel like one of us needs to get quiz proper.
Yes.
Hat. Wait, what kind of hat?
Yeah, Kui is still wearing torn up clothes that were somebody else's clothes. Yeah.
Is there clothing in this shop? There's more than everything. Okay, I yell over to Kui.
And tunics and all that stuff.
I say, Kui,
Yes.
I have to ask you a question.
She just sort of is holding one of the feathers.
What is your plan? Now that you're, I suppose, free.
Well, not die. She sort of really thinks to herself.
I suppose that's a lot of that's one of the things that everybody wants to avoid. Yeah.
Yes.
Where are you from?
You have a home to go to.
She sort of stares into space, not like an absent-minded boy, but like in a well, shit sort of expression. It no exist anymore. Talk about something else, please.
Well, seeing how How you?
Can Kui have underwear again?
I'd like to pull like you know, 10 gold out of my pouch and just give it to Queen, but like
I kind of shoo Lumeris away and say, I got this. She is part of the crew now. Kui.
Yes.
For as of today, I am going to, I suppose, employ you into our services.
Okay.
I see that you do have some beneficial skills to this group that I see that you can contribute. So, from now on,
Kui will work for food. Kui don't need money. Kui not sure where we are, so Kui not sure about currency.
well, in that case, then welcome aboard. As for starters, please go get an outfit.
Thank you.
And yes, just appropriately, I will cover everything. Yeah.
Here we go.
I want to browse the hats.
The hats are magnificent. They are. None of them are practical, but they're pretty cool hats. Like they're hats that by definition one would consider both impractical but pretty cool. So there's like a large red hat with a leopard print stripe and a large, like huge, like peacock feather out the side. There is what just appears to be like a yellow half circle with just a place where you can just put this on your head. It doesn't really seem like it would serve any purpose, but it smells faintly of cheese.
Okay.
There is what looks to be like a blue captain's hat for a sailing ship, but it's much too large. It would very quickly catch the wind in a cross breeze and just float out to sea. But it in a almost rebellion against its impracticality as an actual captain's hat, it smells like the ocean and it seems fairly well worn. There is there's a normal looking top hat, except it's much too tall, about a foot taller than it should be. There's also a series of bandanas that seem much more practical. They have shimmering sort of glyphs that sort of are on them. There are a few sets of shoes.
Wait, bandanas, you say?
Yes.
I want to take a closer look at these bandanas.
Okay, there's a red bandana, a green bandana, and a white bandana.
What's the red one?
Red bandana? You have no idea. None of you guys took like.
Okay, can I cast detect magic?
Sure. It is a bandana of what was it? A bandana of vigor.
Vigor.
Yes.
What'd that do, friend?
The bandana of vigor. The bandana of vigor it gives you stamina, energy. The magic vaguely conveys that it's like a shot of espresso. It sort of allows you to. It gives you energy, basically.
And you said there was a green. There's a green one, and
yep.
Can I see the green one?
The green one is the bandana of beast speech.
Oh.
Ooh.
It lets you talk to animals.
I kind of picked that up, and yeah. And then is there any other bandanas?
Yes, there's the white bandana.
Oh, yeah. Can I check the white one?
It is the bandana of blindness.
Okay.
When you put it on, you go blind.
Actually, I'll grab that one too. You know what? I'll.
As you touch the bandana, you vaguely remember the what was it? The sleep mask, the perverted sleep mask, which I believe you guys still have.
Wait.
I don't know who had.
Oh wait,
last,
was that? Oh yeah, I remember the one. The one.
Last
that we
I
found
recall, we
in the
slung
school.
it at the wall and it stuck.
In hindsight, it's really horrible that we found that in a school.
Yeah, I remember. And then who used it on me? Was it Baranus?
It was Brannis and you who put the sleep mask on.
Horrible.
Lumeris just sort of picked it up by his index and his thumb and chucked it.
Awful.
But I believe I think it was Baranis who went over and grabbed it and put it back in the bag. So,
What was it?
you remember the perverted sleep mask? It was red, a red velvet sleep mask that when you put it on, it showed you disturbingly real depictions of your Purvane choice.
No. Baranis chunked that son of a bitch.
Okay, so yeah, you guys don't actually. Okay, so that's back into school.
We gotta go back.
It's just continuously leaking fluid into the room.
Anyways, moving on.
Yes, the red one.
To get flashbacks of that, of the vision affecting things. Anyways, there are some glasses, some bracelets. There are some eggs that are just sort of prominently displayed in
Eggs? Ooh, I'll check these eggs.
there are a series of football-sized eggs, like American
Can
football.
I detect, like, I suppose, any life in these eggs? Or are they magical, I suppose? Because I have detect magic on.
Yeah, they're magical. No, they're not magical. Detect magic doesn't detect life.
Right. I just want to say they're magical, like magical eggs.
No, they don't seem magical.
Okay.
But you do notice that the thing that's holding them is keeping them warm.
Is there like a label or anything to kind of show what this is? Can I look around?
Everything is labeled, but it's in tabacs.
The only person in the party who could speak Tabax was there.
Yeah.
As you guys peruse, we will return to this group. I know you sent me a list of stuff, Siren. And we'll say that you begin the rather intense search with Jassia's help for these items. Through this, it's like a hoarder got their shit together, but just everything they were hoarding was vaguely weird and priceless things. So
Vaguely weird and priceless.
Yes, we will return to Bobbin and Gridorna Lane as you find yourself meeting up with each other at a crossroads.
Off to go find some new weapons to chop me in half, hey?
Actually, I was going to find the alcohol.
What's the difference anymore? Well,
I don't know.
Let me join you then.
Fine, come along.
I can't find Yaman. He's too shifty. Yep.
I'm having no problems finding things.
What did you even go off looking for?
Well, I went to the bank and exchanged a large sum of money for a smaller amount, but more just as valuable.
Alright. Makes sense to me.
I lightened my load.
Makes sense. I do not have any money, so that is no matter to me. I should probably start carrying money in hindsight. What if I need food? Or information?
I'm going to give Bobbin 200 gold.
What am I gonna do with this? Throw it in a fountain?
Find something you want to buy.
How much do you think are, like, bread? How much bread do you think I could buy with this?
A shit ton.
I could make so many sandwiches.
Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to go where they sell the alcohol because I want to do tests.
I can buy alcohol! Holy shit!
Oh, ding, ding, ding.
A whole new world has been opened.
Bob is like, I haven't got drunk.
But I want to get some ale, some wine, some mead, and some beer, and some whiskey.
Are you gonna suicide it? Are you gonna combine them all and chug it?
No, I'm going to test what different liquids do in the tankard that I found that does the flame thing.
Oh!
Don't forget
the one that
don't forget the rum.
shits out flame?
Oh, and I
love
almost
that
forgot.
thing.
I gotta get the rum. Can't forget the rum.
Of course. Well, I'll follow you just to make sure that you don't catch fire.
I'm not going to do the experiments in the city.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a problem.
Yeah, we'd have a lot of burnt dragon and cat. Might be a tiny bit of a problem. Yeah, I just don't want to spend another day in prison. You know, I did that once. Cross that off the bucket list. I'm out of there. I just want my wife, man. Clearly, she's not here. Everybody fucking... I can't find her. Probably at the tower, I bet. Where is the tower?
Who knows? Anyway, if my map is correct, we're almost to where we buy the alcohol.
After
and that you
search
are.
up where you look at the map and see where the hell the tower is. And also, where are we?
I'm quite sure if the map wanted to show you the Tower of the Moons, it could.
Okay, but also, where are we? I have no clue where we are.
Zamora?
But that doesn't end... Well, yeah. I kind of gathered that, but where is that?
We're in Zamora.
Okay, but where is Zamara?
On the continent of Otterby.
You see people are actively avoiding you now as they're walking by you.
They do that sometimes. Don't worry about
you
it.
become confrontational.
I'm not becoming confrontational. Just telling
They do
him
that
where we're
sometimes.
at.
It's really funny.
You do notice by you there's a large tree. Not the largest.
You know,
It is
Oh, sorry,
by far
Max.
the largest that you've seen, Bob.
Whoa.
Up in its branches are small, not small, probably 10-foot by 20-foot structures with precarious-looking staircases leading to them.
And I've seen a
sort of
lot of
flow
trees
along.
in my day.
Yes. At its base, however, these staircases flow down towards and through hatches in a thatch roof of a large structure, probably 2 stories tall. You see on the inside the flicker of torchlight and candlelight, as well as the faint din of music.
Is that where you buy the liqueur?
I'm assuming what I'm looking for is up in the top of the tree. I'm pretty sure the bar's downstairs.
Isn't that where you buy alcohol?
I don't want to buy a drink. I want to buy an entire bottle. I'm assuming that's upstairs.
Alright, well. Do you know how to climb a tree that big?
Easily.
Okay, I'm just going to hop on your
With
back and let you do that.
Yeah, with you don't necessarily need to climb the tree. There are staircases, sort of winding up the large body of the tree and along the larger of the branches.
You know how to climb stairs, right?
Where those small rooms are.
I really punched.
You know how to walk upstairs, right?
I'm sorry, Robin. I really punched you hard.
Yeah, you really did. Don't think I forgot about that either.
I just
may
gave
have
you
been
200.
out of my mind the other night, but I remember so much.
I just gave you 200 gold. Let it go. Just let it
But
go.
it was a genuine question.
That was going to get us in trouble.
Well.
And you were tripping balls, so that wasn't helping us none either.
It was
So,
crazy! Yeah. Please tell me you saw the walls moving too.
No.
What?
Nope.
I need to figure out where they got that.
Alright.
Oh, it makes
look out for that dusk
walking
moss.
through boring city so much
So
better.
are these all different shops on the top of the tree, or is it like...
They appear to be fairly samey. Each of those rooms appears to be nearly identical. If this is a tavern or an inn, it would follow that those could maybe be the rooms that one could rent and stay. Just following the architecture of this city, and how straight up bizarre things have been.
Alright. Wrong way. Back down the stairs. Go into the damn tavern.
Oh, did you enter the tavern? I thought you guys were still talking at the crossroads. Okay. That one might be on me. I'm not entirely sure. So, you arrive at this building. It stretches probably 60 feet on the other side of you. Windows open, you see inside, you see Dragonborn and humans, Tabaxi, some half-elves, some halflings, a gnome. Just sitting at tables, conversing, talking. Most probably in their native tongue. You see there's a small stage as you open the door on the left side. The structure appears to be completely circular, wrapping around the entirety of this tree. Large roots sort of pop up above the stone floor of this thing, sort of wrapping around them, giving it a vague this place a vaguely ancient vibe, and it's stone mason. You see directly above you there are sort of wooden boards signifying that there is indeed a second story. Large tables, stone, wood, vaguely a ramshackle atmosphere with the various different kinds of chairs and stools and all manner of things permeating this place. You see Tabaxi, two humans, and a dwarf serving drinks to those that find themselves seated in this place. There's a large bar wrapping around the face of this tree that you're sort of looking towards as you enter.
Go to the
Behind
bar.
it, you see a large gray-skinned man with black tattoos.
Hello, sir.
Probably about as tall as you, Gridor.
You the barkeep?
Yeah.
Cool. I got a large order for you.
Shoot.
Need a bottle of rum, a bottle of whiskey, a bottle of mead, a bottle of wine,
Just give us one of everything.
and a bottle of ale.
So squints his eyes. What are you planning to do with all this?
Oh, we're gonna throw a rager.
What he said.
Right.
What else would we be doing with so much alcohol?
Starting the fire?
But then why would we need such a variety?
Well, at that point,
Well,
fine,
most of those who start fires aren't usually right.
fine. If you want to know what I'm doing, you see this big tankard here?
I'm gonna
You put water in it,
hit
and it shoots
Gridor
out
in the
fire.
side
I
with
want
my
to see what it
elbow.
does with alcohol.
Alright, so you're admitting that you're going to be starting fires.
But I'm not going to do it in the city. I'm not going to do it in the city. I'm going to wait till I'm outside the city.
I'm sorry about my friend. He hasn't
do
got
know
a lot
that
going
is-
on upstairs. He's more big. He's more brawn than brain. You know what I'm saying?
Sure looks at you. Standing a solid 4
He
feet taller than
thinks
you.
that his favorite cup is magic, and then it spits fire.
He turns back to Gridor. You do know that starting fires outside of the city is also illegal?
Then I'll wait till I get to somewhere
I'm
I
gonna
can
st-
do
I'm
my
gonna stomp on your
experiment
door
properly
first.
and safely. I just don't know when the next time I'll be in a
You
city.
hit his hoof
like
and
this
he
is.
doesn't even react. Look. I can sell you a pint each. Silver each. And whatever you do with it isn't my business. But I am not going to sell you multiple gallons of alcoholic beverages, so you may set fire to things.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna kind of look up at Gridor really angrily. Just
I would
kinda
also
give him
like.
the death
I
look.
would also like the largest mug of ale you got. Elaine, what you want?
Rum.
Rum for the lady, and what do you want?
I would like a water. Just water.
That I can do.
Designated wagon driver.
Yes, precisely. This is what you must do when you're in the caravan business.
Alright, 1 silver, 45 copper.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
I dump all 200 gold.
I
in
enjoy
there.
I give him a gold piece just to cover it all.
Thank you. But if I see you spitting fire or anything, I'm gonna kick your arse.
Oh, that would be a good fight, Bigman.
Grador, can you please not pick fights with everybody?
I'm not picking a fight. I'm just telling him it would be fun.
Grador, you're nuts, man.
He goes back to cleaning the. Cleaning the.
Okay. The type of fighting he's talking about is with fists. It's not like I'm gonna slam ignorant Flugger and Anaceus into him.
Grador, no offense, but have you seen the size of your hands? They are
Saphira.
massive!
Saphira, surprisingly, Saphira has not been. The bartender has not asked Saphira to leave. Or I guess Elaine to make Saphira leave. Because Saphira is like bumping into tables. Trying not to cause too much trouble, but definitely snapping at those who attempt to react to her.
Alright. Is there anywhere you two need to go? Think you want to go buy?
I would like food. Real food that's not just rice with fruit in it.
Barkeep, what's on the menu?
Many things.
Any specifics?
Yeah, he tosses you what looks like it's a very thin piece of wood with it's like a paper or something sort of slotted into it. A menu, if you will. There are a few things. Steamed dumplings. There is sort of a chorizo bowl, sort of spiced rice, habaneros, very spicy. A lot of this menu is very sort of beans and legumes and grains and sort of fruits in various sort of shapes and sizes.
Got any
uncooked?
Got any steak?
Yes.
Dude, I haven't heard of like half of this.
I'll have a rare steak.
All right.
I'll have a rare steak too.
I'll
All right.
have whatever the chorizo thing is. That sounds
All right.
amazing.
And he slips into just around. He leaves the counter and he heads upstairs. Within probably 25 minutes, you find that there is a tabaxi woman carrying a large sort of platter of these two large steaks, probably T-bone steaks, large, that are very rare, and a wooden bowl of spiced rice with bell peppers and habanero. There's some looks like grated cheddar of some kind on the top.
Dude, I
And
am
you
going to
all-
devour this.
Yeah, and it's hot. It's spicy. It gets you going. It gets you you requiring that water that you had ordered. And it runs you a gold piece.
Hold on, Bob, I got you covered on the spicy.
Gracias.
Pull out my
I believe it runs you a gold piece. I gotta check my. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull out my milk tankard, think milk, and let it fill. Hand it to Bob and go, here, have some fresh milk.
You know, fresh from where, I won't question, and then I'm gonna chug it.
It's the best milk you'll ever have.
Man, I really need to go to big cities more often.
Okay, so that would be 3 silver pieces each, not a gold piece. So 6 silver.
I'll just toss it. Thank you for his hospitality.
All right. Yeah, and you guys down that. A group of gnomes is just sort of throwing food to Saphira, and she's just sort of catching it in the midair while they're chuckling to themselves.
So, Grador, where do you think the others want us to head next? I mean, we left some temple somewhere in the desert. We got on a Triene, flew through space, and now we're here.
I'm pretty sure they want to find Kempta.
Well, we gotta think bigger here. Where do you think we're gonna go after this city?
I have no clue.
I just pray we don't have to fight more things.
My brother's the one they hired.
If we do end up fighting more things, I'm gonna hold you to making some armor. Because as much as I love my fashionable bard shirt, it's it doesn't really help against swords. You know, like the stabbing motion, like the blade going through like my heart.
I can make any kind of armor you want as long as it's made out of metal.
You know, I'll just put like a shirt over it. You know, you gotta look stylish for your demise.
Just a blazer over a full suit of plate armor.
Yes.
You know, I can make you a mithril chain that'll go fashionably under that shirt.
You know, as long as it prevents me the stabbing, you know, I'm cool with it.
You have, in the span of a week, been stabbed more than you've ever been stabbed in your entire life.
Which is to say, not much. You
Yes.
know, I think I've fallen unconscious like 8 times in the past 3 days.
I wish you have brain damage.
Yeah, I definitely have some kind of brain damage.
Alright, I'm gonna pull up my magical map and I'm gonna ask it where we can go to buy a mithril shirt.
It leaves the city and takes you over the jungle for some time until arriving at what appears to be a small mining camp nestled on the side of a mountain.
Well, ain't nowhere in this city you can get it.
What? Lame.
But if you find mithril, I can.
You know, I'll keep you posted. I'm sure we have something in the bag of holding.
I mean, I've got a platinum ingot or two.
Maybe you can make me some solid gold pantaloons.
Maybe you can make him a helmet.
Oh, yeah, that would be... Oh, that is a good idea.
I just make him a yellow hard hat. I'll just Photoshop that onto his toe.
Yes, I would love a helmet. It would stop you from clubbing me over the head.
Do you really think these big-ass hands would be stopped by a little gold helmet?
Yes.
And he means that. You hear the earnesty in his voice.
I'm glad you think so.
The thing is, Gridor, is that you keep knocking out the only person here that could speak the native language. So who's the real one with brain damage, huh?
I had no problem finding my way around before you showed up.
Yeah, but what about the others? Seems like you had a little trouble communicating with that guard this morning. Would you ask for food?
I just woke up and hadn't had any coffee.
Mm-hmm. You know, maybe you should make yourself an iron stomach. How about that?
Are you always such a smartass?
Yes. Always.
It's kind of the class.
That is exactly what I am.
Alright. As you guys dine and wine away in this inn you found, the group at the shop, at the store, find pretty much everything.
Dang. It's gonna take me a minute to add all
Yeah,
this
I just want to take the
together.
bandanas and yeah.
Whether or not you have the money to pay for all this.
True.
We'll see.
We will see. Maybe we'll have to commit multiple crimes now.
As you begin carrying these things to the counter, it's been some time since you've seen that tabaxi woman. Kumaku. Just see.
See.
Wait till you hear something
Mm-hmm.
walking up the steps.
All right.
Dum, 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 dum. And you see a brass construction. It appears to be a humanoid creature. Looks like vaguely like a human being, made completely out of brass. You hear the tick 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 of the gears and the other sort of mechanical apparati operating from within this this construction.
Mm-hmm.
It moves to the camp. It's holding something in its hand. It looks like a tube with a cap. Here you are, a map of Ziomara.
I wish to take a look at this map. What exactly does it show me? How much?
It's a map of the city.
Does it show anything outside the city?
Yes, but something else as well. You notice that the streets are filled and moving. You see carts traveling along roads, people climbing the temple steps, a lot of stuff. This music is way too ominous for this.
I was like concerned. I was like, "Yo, what do we do?"
The hand of God coming to strangle you.
No, do hands come out of the map? Only in.
It's
Yes!
Bobbin's wife.
I do believe
She
I'm part
appears
of the
from
map.
the darkness.
Yes. It's supposed to be like adventuring mix. What the fuck?
I mean,
Adam Jib.
it's mysterious. That's for sure.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
happens. This is the song that plays when your party magically
Relaxing
goes
music,
to the
epic
enchanted
fantasy
forest.
full episode is finna make me feel like I'm about to get devoured by a Nazgul. Anyways, you find out he hands you a lovely map. That is not ominous in any way. It's
Yeah.
just it shows you what appears to be the active runnings of the city. The construct sort of says, "Observe," as he unfolds the map even further until you see the label, and it says, "Mysterious movements mapped."
I see.
And he sort of flexes his hand. He's got 4 fingers. 3 fingers and a thumb. And he flexes that over the map, and it zooms in until you can see the details of people walking in the street. Now, this map is not any ordinary map.
I can tell.
All right, Harry
Lady
Potter.
Kuma has enchanted it in a way that allows you to track individuals not cloaked by magic. Witness as I show you the movements of this gentleman here. And he sort of pokes the map on a man, and the map fills with a portrait of this person. Just a full frontal sort of portrait of them as they're walking down the street, as they are in the map. It doesn't give you a name, but you see the person.
Yep.
Now here, observe. And he sort of flexes his hand over the map again, and it zooms back out. He flexes his hand yet again, and it zooms out even further. This is not just a map of cities. It is a map of Mindune.
Ooh. How much is this map?
112 platinum.
Seconds.
Where's Door when you need him?
I'd like to.
Shit.
Well, I'd
Go
like
back
to look to the clockwork gentleman and be like, well, could I potentially interest you in a trade?
Bargaining is part of trade.
I'm gonna take that as a yes. And I'd like to go ahead and pull out. Give me just 2 seconds here. I'd like to reach into my quiver and pull out 4 gold rods and set them on the counter.
This is suffice.
Very well. You have your map, Yaman.
Thank you.
He slips it back into the tube and hands it towards you.
Okay, how much does that weigh?
5 pounds, 4 pounds. The tube is made out of a lacquered wood, but it's very sturdy. You could probably get tossed around pretty hard before that container breaks.
Okay, Menchie.
I go to the counter and the 3 bandanas in my hand. I say, I'm interested in these 3.
The bandanas, magical.
Yes.
I am not entirely sure of their origin. Lady Kuma should know. Would you like me to retrieve Lady Kuma?
Yes, please. Oh, and may I ask you a question? And I kind of want to explain to him about Solus and I guess about fate creatures in general. If he has any books or anything of the sorts on such a creature as Solus.
I'd like to kind of lend my knowledge of fey creatures to Lannister's description.
Fey creatures?
Yes.
I am not one veteran with fey creatures. I was created, though, in the Feywild, believe it or not. Most typical. Yes. An abundance of tinkering gnomes live in the Feywild.
I'd like to kind of my ears perk up at that a little bit and kind of in Gnomish I say, oh hello. It's too long since I've spoken to someone in Gnomish. Do you understand?
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he says in Gnomish.
Lumash is just kind of smiling big and is just like.
I look between them and I say, so I assume you do not have a book of such a creature or origin. No.
I usually have an updated inventory of what we keep, but Lady Kuma has been very lazy and not updated my inventory. You see, it's like a puff of steam shoots out of the side of his head.
So I'll take that as a no, right?
Maybe Lady Kuma knows. Please, brace your ears.
Cover my ears immediately.
Yes. A blaring siren for probably like a second and a half blares, and it's deafening even as you sort of have your hands over your ears, and you see in a blink a puff of blue smoke. You see a sort of a shorter tabaxi wearing like almost like a full a head wrap and a full dress just appears and decks the side of this autonoma just in the side of the head. This one would prefer if you didn't do that. Sorry, Lady Kuma. They required your attention. Yes.
Nice.
You did not have to be an asshole about it. Where is the fun? If not to be mischievous. He turns around. He sort of waves, not facing you, just into the air, and begins to descend the steps again. Sort of picking her ear. What may Lady Kuma do for you?
I'm interested in these 3 bandanas, and I do have a question about a particular creature that I want to know more about.
Sure. Tell this one your desires. Should gives you a big smile.
So I proceed to tell her about Solus and describe him and kind of I wanted to know more about his kind, and then if there's any books, anything about them, any extensive research that she might have.
Let this one think. From your description, he seems a lot like a bumbler.
Bumbler.
Sort of smiles vaguely proudly at recalling the information.
Mm-hmm.
They are interesting. Okay. They tend to wallow and bumble around the Fey rivers and hollows. Just generally basking and being lazy. But they can turn invisible to avoid predators, other mischievous beings. They're known to be genuinely benevolent, if not narcissistic.
Really?
Mhm.
Narcissistic. Have I seen that trait? And look at Lumeris. I haven't seen that before in Lumeris.
Do you remember Greg informing you that Solus has referred to you as slave more than one on occasion, or as his pet as well?
Yeah. I could see that.
He seems to flip from this dopey sort of food centric attitude to a genuine despot, but he's not violent, or so it would seem.
Okay.
Sounds like some standard Fey attitudes.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds about right. And with the bandanas, I also point to the eggs that's in the cases. I ask her, I'm very curious on what the egg bandana is about.
Those are ambush drakes, brought all the way from Amdo. I'm like that.
May you repeat that? What are they?
They are ambush drakes, she enunciates.
Ambush. Oh.
They are brought down from Amdo, a nation to the north of Ziamara.
I'm assuming that they are on sale or display.
There are no sales here, friend.
Oh. Hey. So I look at these 3 bandanas. I'm saying, do you know much about these?
They are your standard enchanted bandanas.
Oh.
This one procured them off a merchant coming through the Broken Pass.
See.
Yes.
Do you want anything for these?
Money would be preferable.
Okay. Sure. I mean, how much?
I mean, I don't know any of you well enough, but yes, money.
Yes.
Probably. She sort of cocks her head, sort of pondering yet again. Probably 20 gold pieces each.
20 pieces each. All right. Yeah.
I'll do half on the bandana of blinding. That one's. Even I struggle to find a use for it. Oh, sorry. Even this one struggled to find a use for it. I gotta get the translation right.
Okay. With that being said, I'll also want to ask about the egg. I say and that does that need special care in terms of traveling, because we travel a lot.
Well, my masked friend, these winglings, all things need care, especially when they are so young.
Of course, but is it suited for travel?
Oh, I mean, I guess. This one guesses. I'll get it.
I would like to turn to Lannister and say, that does remind me. Now that we've kind of located, ourselves here, assuming we, find Kemta, and all of that, where are we headed after this?
She sort of leans forward. You are not adventurers, are you?
I suppose we are. We hail from, or at least I say I reconfirm that I hail from Assyria. These are my companions, and I kind of look at Lumeris and JC.
Oh, I remember Assyria. The blue queen. This one believes is is aspiring in its own right to rival those here.
I ask, do you know much about news outside of where you are, the local region?
Oh, Kumoku knows very much.
So, can you please tell me? We've, for lack of better words, we've been stuck somewhere for, I don't know for how long, but any news of Assyria and in the war.
Besides a bunch of cities falling into the ocean, there's not much else new besides the war. And that lines up with what you know.
Okay.
Wait, some cities, Lumaris, like, wait, cities were falling into the ocean?
Yes.
Yes. Lumaris. It's
Taken by she sort of raises her hands abruptly to like large black tentacles coming from the ground.
Lumaris is just going to kind of like, it's kind of like that you fold your arms and you're just like hand over your mouth, just like, just really trying to like not be too phased by that.
They
And
say
really trying to think about it.
hundreds and hundreds of thousands of souls went with the cities. No one knows what happened. So they expect the scheming empire in the north. But, of course, they deny everything. Oh, my tacos are done.
Yes, this is my magical box. It heats up all of my food.
It's very, very good.
Oh,
Back to what Kumaku was saying earlier. You are adventurous, no?
Yes.
yes.
Kumaku has a problem. She may to scratch your back if you scratch hers.
What
Do tell.
may be your problem? With my
I
dear?
have, well, as you might know, Kumaku is not the only purveying entrepreneur in the city. And she believes she deals with her clients with a attitude of fairness. Outstanding debts are respected, but collected upon. Her opposition does not see it that way. They have been, well, most of my customers share their business with, again, my competitors. Most of them, cowards, have outstanding debt with me, as well as my competitors. My competitors have resorted to using outstanding acts of violence. And since those are also my customers, I have taken issue with this, no? If you could go have a few words with a number of these individuals, Kumaku would be very grateful. And may sort of taps her fingers on the counter. Maybe I get some news that others are not so keen to share, or some of my prices miraculously become not so. I mean, they're reasonable, of course. She sort of chuckles to herself, as expensive as they normally are.
It's a business relationship.
People are being hurt, and this perturbs Kumaku very much.
Yes.
This is what bothers Kumaku, but again, I mean, if things God forbid get broken, or these ruthless individuals are prosecuted, Kumaku may be in position to purchase some of their wares at a much more reasonable price. But Kumaku is much more concerned with the broken limbs that are plaguing Kumaku's customers.
Hey, well,
I say, if that is the case, then I see there's no problem with that proposition.
Kumaku is
As
very
to the
grateful.
marriage, I say, of course, I do have more than these companions. Obviously, there's more than us. There's 3 more,
Oh,
actually.
and it should be very easy for you. I mean,
Yes.
look at you, omen of death, with your maths going. And I'm sorry, you are a rabbit man. It is not very intimidating, but you are very cute. She sort of winks at you, Lumaris.
I just kind of shrug. I'm like,
I can certainly help.
That egg, I have a lot of interest in that egg.
I have 4 of them.
If you complete this, I'll give you one. I mean, they are ambush drakes. Normally, they are considered invasive, but these ones from Amdol, their scale patterns are very unique. They are as orange and vaguely crimson as the sands of Amdol themselves. Very rare breed.
Those.
I have a perfect party member that may help me with this.
And is it, are we at the court here? I will give you names.
I will extend my arm and say, if it is official, then yes.
Of course. Kumoku is happy to be making your acquaintance. I see this is a long and prosperous relationship. Very good. Alright. And she are you gonna try to purchase the rest of the stuff that you have accumulated?
Is that kind of directed at me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. What's the bill? Tell me how much I need to pay.
I
know I've got some listed there.
So what are the gold rods? What do you have left?
I've got 14 gold rods left, so
Yeah,
they're
so-
each worth 300 apiece.
Yeah, so the gold rods cover the cost of the diamonds, the moonstone dust, the incense, the writing implements, and the compass. You are still out of pocket 15 gold for the rest of the stuff. Selling the scimitar and the magical elven longsword probably nets you just probably 20 gold pieces from this whole exchange. So you are up some cash.
Okay, so am I? Sorry.
Okay.
I'm
You've achieved what you want. So you sold your scimitar, you sold the magical elven longsword, and you've sold all of your gold rods. You have covered the rest of the stuff. You said you had 14 left. Did you say?
I do.
Okay. So give me a minute here to do some more math here. 4. Yeah, you have 2 gold rods left.
Okay.
More or less. You get. I don't know. Let me do some. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I
if you want to, if you
haven't
want
thought
to,
about the gold rods in this transaction, so I'm just trying to think.
I also just have like almost 1,200 gold pieces on me.
Just give me a minute, bud. Okay, yeah. So you basically $42,000. Yeah, you are.
Well,
you're.
Well,
it's $4,200. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to be like, wait a minute.
$42,000. I'm fucking high as shit, man. 901. Yeah, so if you can math like 4,200 minus 1,200, yeah. That would probably be where you're at. So 3,000 gold pieces left. So you have 10 rods left. Then.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yep. Works for me.
And you net a pretty penny of probably 150 gold from the selling of those scimitar and the magical elven longsword. If you want to get rid of those right now.
I do.
Kumaku doesn't seem to question the gold rods. She just just sort of happily accepts them. All right. Now the business is done.
The bandanas and the egg. I guess I'll procure as well.
Okay, so the bandanas and she said she'd throw in the egg for free if you did this.
Okay.
For her.
Yep.
The bandanas are 20 gold each.
No problem,
10 for the blind one. 20 gold for the others, 10 for the blind one.
So 50 together. Yeah, I'll throw 50 gold on the table. I'm like, yeah.
Thank you very much. Now about other matters.
Yeah.
There are 3 individuals. They are vaguely working together to accost people who are not the best with their money. I don't think that is entirely fair. Kuma has been in debt a few times. She is lucky no one has come to break her knees. The first gentleman is Andros. Andros, Andros, if my adlin is correct. The last name is not important. He is an imposing man, human, but he is built like a Goliath. Dumb as one too. He is located south side of the city, in a building known as Andros's Aromatics. Let me know when you have that done.
For a second, that was sounding like my barkeep.
The second individual is a bit of a gremlin. He is a goblin folk. Again, I have nothing against goblin folk. She sort of raises her hands like somebody here has accused her of something, but nobody did. But he is a very mean man. He operates a jewelry store near the give me, I gotta put my districts up here. Near the inner city, just outside the Grand Towers. It's a stall, but it has a little hatch in it. Sort of, it's non-Euclidean, or whatever you call it. Bigger on the inside, yes.
And what is the name of this goblin?
His name is Grushunk Longshanks. Gruthonk, and then Longshanks, if you are familiar with the name.
You said that his building was in the
Not
inner
a building,
city.
it's a cart, but he lives in it. It's bigger on the inside. It's a whole building with a forge and everything.
Okay. And then our third man.
Yes, Miles. She sort of puts her hands to her head like she has a bad headache. Miles. Yes, Miles G. Hughes. Or Hughes or Ruse. Again, my Adlin is not very good. I am used to speaking to Baxter. Miles G. Hughes. He is foreign, like you. I mean, I don't want to presume, but like I said, most people come and they're speaking to Bax.
Yes.
Of course.
Those are the three.
Where is Miles located?
You have to find him. He deals at the pocket. I don't know where he stays or where he works, but he is
Do you know what he frequently hangs around?
He usually around the top 3 inn. Usually.
The top 3 end?
Top 3 inn. She's just sort of enunciating with her lips sort of out.
I see.
It is a big tree. The rooms are in the branches. The inn is on the bottom. It's a.
Oh, that is.
I go there Sundays.
Basic where we are. Having drinking food.
I say, which one is the closest one here?
The top 3.
Tree.
All right. I kind of pulled a piece of paper, and I look to Lamaris and GC and say, "Well, looks like we have a job. Is everybody ready?"
Well, I suppose we need to meet back up with everybody else. There's also how much time has passed, by the way? Because I know there was the vague mention of. Yeah, I was about to say.
It's probably been 2.5, 3 hours.
Okay.
It's still the morning.
Yeah.
Just like
So,
out
I'd like
of
to-
character,
I'd-
if it's only been 3 hours, you guys might want to just come over here
I'm saying-
and maybe like scope out
And
the
it's
place
too
or
early.
something.
Looks like we might have to go somewhere first before meeting up. It's too early right now, I think.
Well, I also, Lannister, I do still want to look for Kemta if possible. It looks like
Yes.
we've got a couple of hours. I could fly around the city.
Who is this?
and-
Who is this Kenta?
Um,
A friend of yours? Part of your posse, your group? Do you have a name? Do you have a name? She's with trails.
Vauban and friends.
Well, we seem to be fairly trusting of you already. So yes, Kemta is a friend of ours. He's an Aarakocra. He's a wingless Aarakocra. I suppose if you do enough digging, you'll find out that we spent last night detained.
It's no issue. Most of my friends are detained. It's okay.
So, he seemed to be grabbed at the same time as we were in the fight that we got detained in.
You were there. I heard that whole thing from all the way over here.
Yeah. So anyway, he got grabbed at about the same time. There was a whole lot of masked tabaxi.
Mask?
Glowing green eyes. Lannister, you saw him get grabbed. Well, actually, I would have seen those people just in general. I just can't recall. They wield bows. Very.
Aren't they flying on something?
Oh, they were just very stealthy.
Oh yeah, they were Naruto running. Yeah.
That sounds vaguely like the Noxus. They are followers of dying, of death. Not that I must apologize. You are not from around here. They are not evil, but they are. They find great purpose in the crossing over and what it means to be done here. And she sort of gestures to everything around. They are.
And why would they take our friend? What
Kuma
reason would
know.
they have to say?
Kuma does not know. Maybe he was unlucky. I do not know.
Concerned.
But again, they're not bad. They're just they're like they watch. If you die here, they make sure that you go to where you need to go. Whether that is a hole in the ground, or underneath a temple, or a pyramid, or if you're sick. If you're sick, they will take care of you.
I suppose I should ask her. Do you know the secret order?
Because here, there is a small band, mostly Tabax folk like me. They tend to just to lord around. They're a bit of a nuisance to the to those who wish to extort the terrible crime vigilante group. They are not always on good terms with the royalty and the guards, but most people are okay with them. They don't come out during the day. They're fairly grim. Something about something blah 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 something. Yeah, about Tib. You're Oh, my ship spoiling. The bathroom. Tib, your sort of version of Noxla. Oh, there's that. They do not prescribe to the sisters. The Tabaxi gods. Which makes them kind of a sort of hipsters, I guess. I don't know. Very about the new stuff like that.
So what she's basically describing is another secret group, just a bunch of tabaxis.
Yeah, well, from what she's describing to you, they seem like a disorganized trope of just people that are either masquerading as seekers or like are just sort of lone seekers who have vaguely banded together because they found common cause and are just sort of acting vaguely vigilante-y, which is unheard of because I mean the majority of seekers are without an order. They just sort of were. They found a seeker who taught them how to be a seeker, and they went off on their own sort of journey to do their own sort of thing. But yeah.
Okay. So I would tell her we have about 3 other companions. Oh, and I also look at Queen and also her. Yes. What did she pick out?
Can you shoot me those names, by the way, just to make sure, just so I can be sure you got them? Without
the what?
I just want to know if you can shoot me the names that I gave you, just to make sure that you have them.
Oh.
Just the same as what I have, just so I don't get confused later and say the wrong thing.
That's what I wrote down.
Awesome, perfect. You got them right. Anyways, Kuma sort of looks. Well, I trust I am in your hands. Very good.
Yes. And how about Kui? How much does this stuff cost? I did tell her
what is a Kui?
Kui, where are you?
You're sort of like, unbeknownst to everyone except for just saying, you see, Kui just sort of pops up from behind Kuba, just sort of tugs on her dress, and she goes, "Ah, fuck! Oh, are you Kui? Yes, I'm Kui.
Kui, what are you doing back there?
How did you?" Kuba's just looking. How did you get back here? Quick climb. Okay. What did you have there, little one? Kui has clothes. Kui has adventuring supplies. Because Kui almost died. And Kui does not want to have to again. Okay, that will be probably... Oh, wow. 10 silver pieces. On the nose. There you go. Kui sort of excitedly takes it and sort of heads off behind some coats and starts changing. There is some changing rooms in the you know what? Whatever. Let her do it thing. I'm not against some. You do you.
Yeah, I'll give her the 10 silver and say thank you.
Anytime. And remember,
if my companions do somehow wander up in here, and I will describe them to her, please tell them that we were here.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
And with that, yeah, I'll just make sure again if Lumeris GC is ready.
Yeah. I have stocked up, so I'd like to kind of take a moment. Her name's Kuma, right?
Yeah, Kuma-ku.
Kuma-ku. I take a moment to kind of, specifically look at Kuma and say, thank you very much for your hospitality, your information, and the job. We will make sure to deliver, and we'll be back with our stories of success.
She sort of she's trying to shake her hand.
Mostly I was just kind of like, yeah, sure, yeah.
All right, yeah. She grabs your hand and sort of clasps it, and she sort of stares vaguely intensely into your eyes. She says, "No, thank you, Rabbit Man." You feel a little weird, but there you go.
As we're kind of like walking out of the shop, I lean over to Lannister. I'm like, I think she likes me a little bit. I'm not sure.
As you are leaving, she sort of calls out to you. And remember, the antiquarian has everything. Gesturing. Yes, and you vaguely thought that that's probably the name of the store, is the antiquarian.
Antiquarian.
I turn to Lumeris as we're walking out and say, so where do you think we should go first? It looks like the inn is close to here, and you want to look for Kempta still, correct?
Yes.
Tell you what. I would say, do a sweep around the city. Me and JC will head over to the inn, and you should meet us there. Yeah. It's still too early to meet up.
I'll meet you guys there. Otherwise, I'll make for the gold tower. If kind of the time comes. If
Yes.
you don't see me there, find me there. You know.
Yes, of course. Be safe.
Will do.
And I will tell JC. Come on.
Kui
Go ahead. And
follows Kui seems to have come out of there. She's just honestly got sort of appears to be a tunic, probably built for a halfling, and some trousers, as well as some gloves, some very simple leather armor, just to make sure she's covered from being stabbed and skewered, and a lovely what looks like a piece of silk wrapped around her head with one of those feathers she was sort of playing with. She looks ready. She looks like she's got a backpack and yeah. You see that she picked up a holy symbol as well.
Wow. What is it?
It is a holy symbol of Azun.
Ooh. Very good. Good. Kui.
Yes, Kui, long-time follower of Azun. Kui always thought the sun was a big dragon, but when Kui didn't find out it was big dragon, Kui realized it was big lady, and Kui likes big lady. She sort of gives you like the eyebrow sort of raise. So Kui good.
I say yes. I praise Asla, but I do understand Asla.
Yes. Kui just wish Raphael would talk to her again.
Who?
Raphael. Do you know Raphael? He's a big angel, big wings.
Oh. Do I know who this is?
No, you have no idea.
Oh.
You were vaguely familiar
No,
with some of the big sort of honchos. That doesn't come up. That's a strange one.
I've never heard of that one before, Kui.
He said Kui was stupid for getting caught, and she never talked again. And Kui got put in glass container that you found Kui in. Yeah, Kui wished she still had friends. And she just sort of goes silent as you remember the other kobolds that were with her.
Yeah. I told Kui, well, it's always a new day to make new friends.
You're a Kui friend,
definitely
right?
make new ones. Yes.
Good.
I would say so. We've been through a lot.
If not trouble, Kui would like to stop to make little rememberers for Kui friends.
Of course.
Thank you. She sort of reaches up and grabs your hand.
So, Gentleman Marist, we'll catch you later then.
Very well.
And then, yeah, we'll make our way towards the end. Me, JC, and Queen.
Okay. All right. So, can I get a recap on your exact plan there, Lumarios?
On Lumari's plans. So, yeah,
Power 11 nature.
I'm gonna go ahead. My plan is to cast locate object on Kempta's helmet, and then kind of pick one of the larger local birds that I can kind of see flying around the city.
You see a fucking pterodactyl just circling above.
Don't know if I have enough challenge rating to transform into a pterodactyl, but
you also see some birds of paradise too. Just
I can get as big as a giant swan. That's kind of the the giant swans, the giant eagles, the giant vultures of the world.
You can be a pterodactyl for
a giant
for the day.
swan or like an average size a Canadian goose.
It's gonna be
giant eagle would be as big as a pterodactyl. You're good.
Yeah. So yeah. I kind of take a look around at what the local bird life looks like after casting my locate object.
It's a hot mix between like flying reptiles and birds of paradise.
Gotcha. And I'm essentially just gonna start from the I'm gonna start trying to comb the city. For basically waiting until my object location kind of triggers for me.
Okay.
So I'll chuck that back in the chat in case I
We'll
had
say
it.
you will dedicate the next few hours to doing that.
2 hours. Do you want me to spend some extra spell slots on that then?
So yeah, sure. So how long does a wild shape last?
Wild shape for me will last 4 hours by now.
Yeah. So
The spell only lasts for 10 minutes though.
Okay. So it would probably take you 3 to 4 hours to just to thoroughly comb back and forth the city.
Well, let me think. Let me math out how much time. So I've got.
It's a big city. It is a huge city.
My plan is to focus. Actually, I'll go ahead and spend 1 cast on it. Just because I kind of said that I was going to. Actually, can I amend what I'm casting it for? Were those Tabaxi that yoinked Kemta? Were they wearing like distinctive masks?
They look fairly identical. Their masks were like a ninja mask. It was like those.
Yeah.
Other than that, they were just wearing like form-fitting leather, and they had like vials and poison, like things that looked like they were poisons, and like sort of like gourds that have been shaped to hold liquid, as well as some pretty gnarly looking bows. The bows were fairly uniform, but they looked like they were made out of not like a stick, sort of like tree branch, but like a sun bleached, almost bone looking wood.
Mm-hmm.
That like very clearly a piece of wood that's been dead for some time.
So what I'd like to do then is I'd like to locate object on basically. I know that she said the name of the organization. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. The Noxla. Basically, I'd like to.
NOXI.
Yeah. I'd like to locate object on a Noxy mask.
All right.
And specifically try and specify kind of like larger buildings because kind of I'm assuming that it's like a temple-esque potential situation.
Mm-hmm. You sort of hover on a few large buildings. You catch one mask that looks like it's in an administrative building. And then as you're sort of flying and you cross the main plaza, I'll say with your second use of locate object, you catch a few hundred of these masks on sort of probably 30 feet below the Black Tower in the central plaza where the huge mega pyramid is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Other than that, it's just sporadic. There's you see one fully just walking in the street, just walking down.
I'd like to kind of perch and observe that tower then for a bit.
Sure. How long do you want to spend to do that?
I'll sit for at least half an hour to an hour.
Almost nobody goes in or out. You see what looks like two tabaxi. I guess one's portly and one's just sort of normal build, carrying what looks like trash out of the tower, and then they don't come back. That's it. You don't see anybody else. It's yeah. But again, the plaza is still is filled with people. No one's avoiding the tower, the Black Tower. Like people are. Yeah. You see like sort of a mother and her 2 children. Sort of they're the same dragonborn that threw the plate at Bobbin, but you don't know that. Sort of just take shelter under it in the shade, just sort of sit up against it.
Why? I don't understand why they would just leave their house unlocked. I mean, like, anybody could have come in.
Okay. In that case, what I'm gonna go ahead and do then is kind of float down into an alleyway somewhere where no one is gonna watch me turn back into a rabbit man.
Sure.
And I'm gonna do that, and
Shrabbit
I'm
ram.
gonna head towards / into that tower.
Okay. Can I get a perception check?
Yes. Do I get? Can I grab guidance for it?
This is just a sporadic noticing, so I'll say you won't be able to cast anything. You notice sort of etched. So this plaza is made out of what appears to be tiled granite, just a huge space of tiled granite. As you land with a 12, you notice that sort of in the bottom left corner of this door that leads in this temple. It's a sort of a lacquered black wooden door, very old, but definitely it's been replaced a few times. So you can sort of tell by the wear on the hinges. Something is scrawled. Do you wish to investigate that further?
Yes, I do.
All right. It appears to be druidic symbols.
Oh.
Yes, it is. It is two. It's the one for sanctuary, and the one for grave.
Gotcha. Well,
There is no good or bad modifier.
yeah, yeah. Um, um, well then, I suppose I'd like to, keeping kind of an eye out. I'd like to go up and either just enter or knock on the door or whatever seems to be necessary.
The door has a handle, a push down handle. The door is closed. I'll let you choose what you want to do.
Bust
I'm
it
gonna
down.
knock.
All right, you knock. You wait a little bit. You don't get much of a response. How long do you want to wait after knocking? And how many times do you want to sort of repeat that? Because it's a huge structure. It's about, I want to say, like an average sized urban bungalow times 4, sort of in its sort of in its diameter.
In other words, open the door and take your ass in, because ain't nobody gonna hear you knocking.
It's a huge building.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and
Simple. There are simple structures. They're just extremely tall.
yeah. I'll go ahead and open the door and walk in.
All right, you open the door and it's pitch black, save for a box chandelier with a glowing green orb in it. It appears to be made out of a stone of some kind that's emitting light. You enter. You find that there is a statue of a black cat. Probably, it looks like it's crafted from obsidian, and it's been moved into this building. It looks ancient. You can actually see the wear on the obsidian where people have been touching the statue, probably either in reverence or just out of habit. Yeah. Believe it or not, it's the belly area of this cat that's been worn down. There's a stairway on your right curving around the side of this building, the interior of this building. Sorry, the side of the interior of this building upwards to a floor probably 40 feet above you, and then there is one just descending into the ground on your left. You don't hear anybody in.
Well,
It's just the low of the box chandelier above you that contains that sort of glowing green orb.
gotcha. I'm gonna go ahead and cast locate object on Kemta's helmet again.
Again, you don't pick up Kemptis' helmet.
I want to keep concentration on the spell.
Sure.
So I'm in kind of like a big empty hall right now. Then.
It's a cylinder. It's a big cylinder basically that you're in. It just tapers out towards the bottom. Probably 40 feet high by 35 feet radius. With a single tall. The statue's probably 15 feet tall. 15 to 20 feet tall. It's just it's a very long sitting cat that's been sort of artistically rendered as just very, very lanky and very tall.
Yeah.
But people have felt the need to rub its stomach, so I mean.
Well, I'd like to, funny enough, go ahead and wild shape into a cat.
Sure.
And attempt to smell for Aarakocra, essentially.
Sure. Give me a. Is that perception your roll?
Did it automatically roll?
No, I didn't.
No.
That was your. What was that perception for?
That was for the druidic symbols.
Okay. Yes. I have the memory of a goldfish.
2 seconds here.
But who doesn't love goldfish?
Back of the pit.
Difference.
Okay, Bob. With a 20, you smell chakra downwards.
All right, I'd like to then start making my way downwards.
All right. You go. You found your way cycling downwards into another almost identical hall. By the way, the interior of the structure is also sort of painted black, but it's the same. It's stone. It's granite. Granite and what appears to be out of character, like a cement mixture of sorts. Sort of a very matte but solid piece of makes up the floor. You descend to the bottom of the steps, and you see that you are in what appears to be a church, a temple. There are probably a series of 40 prayer mats, all sort of facing towards what appears to be like a white stained glass window, but it just appears that the stone is glowing white, and it's just got a sort of a fractured appearance. There is a symbol sort of embossed in that same sort of material. Because the white stone is fractured. It's fractured fairly thick. The gaps between the pieces are probably about 3 to 6 inches of just the same matte black that makes up the rest of this building. The symbol that sort of is embossed on the wall is, if I can find it, what appears to be a vertical arrow, just black. But you see on its tip, there is more of that green stone that was in that main where you entered, that was in that box chandelier, makes up the head of the arrow. Sort of a green-tipped black arrow, surrounded by this white stone that's been all fractured, and to sort of make to silhouette the arrow, I guess. And there are prayer mats sort of facing towards it. The prayer mats are just a white, sort of a cotton wool mixture. They're well used, but you can see some are rolled up, sort of neatly along the sides of the room as well. If that makes any sense. There is another stairway downwards on the opposite side of the room again.
I think I'm gonna keep on going downwards.
All right, you descend the staircase to find a door.
How is there? I don't suppose there's any gaps under the door, are there?
Not big enough for a cat.
Man, if a cat can fit his head through a gap, the rest of his body will follow. But darn it. Oh well. Okay, then I'll go ahead and do two things. Actually, um, I'll go ahead and, while I'm still a cat, actually take the moment to meditate and short rest over the course of a minute.
You you quickly lay down on one of the prayer mats. This this place, although it's a cold place, isn't uncomfortably so. It's just everything has that sort of a, and it's almost a relief to the beating morning sun outside and just the terrible humidity and the people everywhere. I mean, everybody's got fur too, so not only you having to deal with your own fur in the heat, or having to deal with everybody else's. It's cool. The air is not the air down here is dry, but in sort of a crisp kind of way.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's like a you ever lay down on a gymnasium floor? It's sort of like that, just a cold sort of expanse, and it fills the whole room.
Gotcha.
You complete your rest. Nobody disturbs you.
Cool. And then I'm gonna pop back into man rabbit form, and I'm gonna go ahead and attempt to open the door.
Sure. You open the door with a creak, and you descend the stairs that are past it. You find yourself. You hear talking in a language you probably identify as Tabax. Just from around the corner of the precipice of that door, of the stairway. Sorry.
Gotcha.
So you descend the stairs. There's sort of a wall on your right, which is different from the other ones because those stairs were just free floating stairs, like a like a modernist apartment where they don't even have the hand railing, along the side of the building. But these have a wall on both sides, and they're solid steps now instead of just basically the planks of black stone. You sort of come to the end of the staircase. You hear talking from around the corner of that sort of the wall on your right. What would you like to do? If something doesn't make sense, feel free to let me know and I can reiterate.
Yeah, no, you're good. I'm gonna go ahead and step around the corner.
All right.
Or
You step around. Oh, sorry.
I'd like to do my best to first peek around the corner a little bit.
All right. Yeah, you can peek. You peek around the corner. You see you see probably 8 of those tabaxi you saw in the woods that grabbed Kemta. But instead of wearing that form-fitting leather armor, they're wearing they're not hooded robes, but they're just just black robes, sort of down to the wrists and so they drag onto the floor, probably 6 inches of just extra robe that just drags behind them. Sitting. This area is much more well lit. The walls are painted with streaks of white and gray, of sort of in sort of light blue and green. There is a candle wick chandelier and a few tables that they're sitting at. You see, this area has been expanded either side. You're probably a fair ways underground at this point. There are a few doors in this structure. There's probably 4 doors on either side. As you sort of peek around, they haven't noticed you. They're just chatting to each other, talking. You see, one has what appears to be a bowl of porridge of some kind, sort of eating it. All female, which is strange. Usually, at least from what you're sort of used to, most religious groups aren't really divided by gender. But yeah, they all. The thing that you sort of allows you to tell them apart is just the vague differences in fur color. You can actually see one of them sort of having lifted the arm of their robes and is applying coal to her fur.
Wow.
You can see that she's cleaned away, and it's sort of like a white and orange and black sort of tabby fur, but she's covering it over. And the coal doesn't make it black; it just turns it gray. That sort of same gray that they all had, but her eyes are a flare green, regardless. Very similar to the other ones. But they talk to each other. You seem much in contrast to their sort of solemn nature during the fight. They're talking, smiling. You sort of catch a chuckle. Vaguely humanizing the people that blew drugs in your friend's face.
All right. In that case, I'll go ahead and step around the corner and for reference from now on I'll be speaking in Druidic, and call out, say, I saw the runes on the door for sanctuary.
All right, as you round the corner and you utter those words, you see that you catch pretty much all of them by surprise as you see the fur stand up on their necks and their tails sort of plume a little bit as they just turn towards you wide-eyed. Most of them just resuming that sort of vague, sort of focused, sort of like hunter expression that you saw when they were fighting or sort of encroaching on your friends. And that's where we'll end for tonight, since it is 11 o'clock. And I've had people message me that they need to go. So
Yeah, sorry. Well, it's been fun.
Yeah.
It has.
Oh, bye, Ninja.
There he goes. Probably off to do the Destiny raid.
Hey,
Hold on.
you know,
Wait, I gotta see.
11 o'clock is how long I say these go. So
Yo, pretty good. I did some RP, you know.
Heck yeah.
A little bit.
it's gonna be RP for a little bit.
Yeah, that's good.
I
That's
grabbed
good.
a
That's
drink.
fine, bro. That's fine, bro. That's fine, bro. That's fine, bro.
Jesus, you're gonna sound like you're gonna punch me, Jesus.
It's fine. Bob and Elaine and Grador got left at the end to get drunk and
Hell
fill
yeah.
their bellies.
Before we go off to die again, we're gonna go get fucking blasted.
And I apparently got an alcohol kit, so you know.
You're gonna start a brewery in the middle of the bar?
Fuck no.
Oh, that would be glorious.
Dump
Oh,
all
I'm
the
so
alcohol.
curious.
Dump all the alcohol into one container and then dump it into the tankard.
I want to see how big I can make this explode.
You're just gonna be firing napalm out of that cup pretty soon.
Well, the reason I wanted an entire bottle of each is so I could fill the tanker all the way up with each one and see how the different explosions would, and then have a quarter of each bottle left, which would come out to about a pint. Mix them all together and then fill the tankard up and see what it does with all of them.
You should like make a contraption so it feeds alcohol into the cup, and then you shoot the alcohol.
I've already
you shoot
had
the
that
fire.
thought, dude.
Hell
I've
yeah.
already
Make
had
a
that thought.
Magic flamethrower.
Striker, I'm wondering. I was kind of wondering. I was like, ooh, I don't know how risky I'm being, but I feel like I gotta go in here.
Yo,
That's why I stopped to meditate. I'm like, okay, wild shape will be active if I need it.
Spy Cat.
In fairness, if a kind of hooded man just appeared in your basement, you might be a little freaked out too.
You know,
So
if a
I'm not-
hooded man appeared in my basement, I'd probably just I'd fucking shit myself. I don't know.
I just
Fucking
look
run
up
away.
and go. I just look up and go, death, we meet again.
I've seen you before.
How will you try to take me this time? It's not going to be a mortar round in Iraq.
The joke's
That
the
only
joke.
works once.
It is, anyways. I have teleported you back to Iraq.
Yeah, just magically back there through the wormhole.
I'm sorry, I would be the first man to kill death if he teleported me back to Iraq.
I don't want to go.
You can't make me.
The But yeah.
Of course, you do know if you go off of certain lore, the person who kills death then becomes death.
And
Okay.
become the killer of worlds.
Death
As
swears.
far as I
Rob.
know, that's only in Supernatural.
No, there's lore behind it. Where do you think Supernatural got the lore from? All their shit's based on real lore.
Oh, okay.
That's what made Supernatural such a good fucking show. When it came to the lore of most of the shit they did, they got it right.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to bank on the fact that Kuma said that they're not evil homeskis.
Yes.
And,
trust them.
and
I,
And
I'm-
much like Bobbin says, it's not like they locked the door.
yeah.
yeah. So
But also, you're at a place and you have no idea any of the cultural expectations or norms.
And
or-
that's why I'm here.
I did.
So I can
I mean,
be
in
just as
fairness-
clueless as you.
Again, in fairness, I tried knocking.
Yeah.
If they want to have somebody, if they need, they could have had a reception desk. I walked in as a normal rabbit. Okay.
Yes, in
like-
my death temple, I choose to have a
That's
receptionist.
the point where you like turn into a rat, you know, and you just go in.
I feel like turning into a rat in a cat-filled temple would
Okay,
be a
how about-
bad move.
Okay, they're Tibet. They're not actual
I know.
They're drinking milk out of bowls over here.
It's like, yes, I'm going to throw bananas at a human being. It's going to be great.
So,
Like, yeah, sure.
Speaking
That's
of
literally
banana,
like that's what people look like to people like tabaxis and stuff. We're monkeys. We're
Yeah.
monkey people.
speaking of bananas, I have frozen fruit monster iced banana in my tank right now in my vape.
There you go. We are the monkeys.
It all
Return
comes
to-
full circle.
Menthol
so
vape
intrigued.
helps. Menthol vape helps me actually maintain Gridor.
I'm also really looking forward to the intimidation checks that we're going to be making on these flippin' three bozos. Apparently,
Yeah, maybe let me handle that.
yes. Funny. What's funny is we'll have Gridor just walk in. He's not going to do anything except set his weapons on the counter.
No, I'll just have Gridor like stand behind me as I make the checks.
You realize Gridor has an intimidation +5.
Hold on,
Heck yeah.
wait. Let me see what mine is.
It'll it's a group check, you know.
Where is
You just
mine?
have me walk in and my
I have
werebear
more
form.
intimidation than fucking Gridor.
I
The
have
least
zero.
threatening person in the party is more intimidating than Gridor.
I imagine that Elaine does not intimidate people. She just punches them.
No,
you don't
that-
need to
no,
roll
I've-
intimidation. You just punch
She
somebody.
doesn't need to intimidate people. She's got the Drake, the fucking
Yeah.
lightning Drake. She'll
What
just
she
stick that on
does,
people.
she fires her
Yeah.
crossbow and just pins them to the wall by their clothes, and it's just like,
Exactly.
listen here, you son of a
You,
bitch.
you get one. You like pin them by the pants, and then you do them like by the shoulder. You know.
No, what
Like
you
what
do
company?
is you have me walk in my werebear form and tell them if they don't want to become werebears
That is how
themselves.
you get arrested.
Yeah.
If they don't want to become werebears themselves, they might want to listen.
I mean, I think what we do essentially is we roll up and we're like, hey, look, since you seem to be
Hold on, wait,
in
what's-
the business
what's my
of broken
persuasion?
bones, I'm a door-to-door salesman.
Yeah. If I can persuade them to like to do whatever, I've got a persuasion of 9. I'm gonna
got-
persuade the shit out of them.
If you want me
you
to
want me to shoot you
deceive
with
them, I
this?
can sort of. Oh! See, I don't. I just have proficiency bonus to deception though because of like my Fey loss background.
Yes.
So
Deception.
Can-
You may think I'm a rabbit, but I'm actually Rabbit God.
yes, that is correct. It's an automatic pass because it's actually true. So
Well, I beat you on that roll there, Bobbin.
That is true. You did beat me. That's why we gotta assist in the intimidation checks. You know, we both walk in. I'll puff up my chest, and you do whatever you do, and then we're just gonna intimidate the shit out of them.
Yeah.
it's okay. I'll druid craft like a little like wolf growl just like right in their ear gently.
Yeah. Everybody turn into like fucking Lunaris
you
will turn into
roll-
like a giant wolf. We'll get me and Gridor to go in there. We'll get
The more things you
Lannister
guys
to like
do,
vampire shit. I don't know.
the more
Lannister's-
complex this gets, the more I want you to roll terribly. So you'd be like, yeah, that growl was more like a kitten purring in their ear, and
Yeah.
like Wasp just falls over. You trip over the rug because there's a lot of carpets here.
That was intentional.
Yes.
Now, see what happens is Lumeris walks in and tries to make an intimidation check, and instead just immediately like rips the biggest fart.
What else is gonna happen is that I'm gonna walk in there, I'm gonna fail my intimidation check, and I'm gonna get knocked unconscious again. For like the 10th time.
We look over at Vauban. He's got like a vein pulsing in his forehead.
Yeah.
He starts foaming at the mouth. He passes the intimidation check, but he gets knocked unconscious.
Yeah, you see, there's like a massive dent in my head now. Like a very noticeable indentation in my skull. It's like Gredor fist-sized indentation.
That's only if the Goliath.
Oh my
Which
God.
I'm assuming we're gonna have to ask our Goliath of a fucking bartender, who Miles.
I'll just
Oh,
persuade
I
him
have
to
a
give us
feeling
more
he's
alcohol.
Miles. I have a feeling he's Miles.
I can't. You can't attack
Was
the bartender,
Miles-
man.
Was Miles described as a Goliath of a man?
Well, he's your size, Gredor.
Miles was described as a human who's built like a Goliath.
Yep.
The man you saw was a Goliath. Like you would be able to know because Assyria does employ at least you would know, Gridor. Everybody's can close their ears. Assyria, at least the Lelior, have been known to employ groups of roving Goliaths that live in the Divide to descend into the Helmswick Empire to raid supply lines, burn farms. Not exactly, playing the rules of war, but it's war.
It's Viking
So.
rules.
Well, it's medieval fantasy. I mean,
Dude, I'm the commander of a group that is of
but he
people.
basically does that.
I am in charge of a group that is essentially a bunch of different races of people infected by different forms of lycanthropy, and we get sent out on clandestine missions.
And I
It's
am
like a
still
dream.
just a man.
That is what Gridor
Actually, half
leads.
out. Your life expectancy.
Oh
is
yeah, I
insane.
live for like 2,000 years, but I'm just like a guy.
You full on you double a human's
Yeah,
life
elves live for
expectancy.
like a fucking shit ton.
Yeah, the elf in your lineage is probably still alive.
Yeah, he's probably just floating in like the what was it, the psychic plane or something.
Just doing his thing.
Yeah, he's just I don't know. He does his own thing,
Yeah.
Gridor he might seem lighthearted, but he's a dark individual.
I think it's that soldier thing. You're not at war right now, right? Like you don't need to be dark. You could be, vaguely you're not at a place trying to kill you. You're not,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You don't need to be Mr. Shoot you before you shoot me. You can be. I want to pour a bunch of fucking alcohol into this demon fucking mug and see what comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, brother. Yeah.
I mean, we got generals, possibly.
Well, I also plan on filling the milk tankard and pouring the milk from the tankard into the other
Ooh.
tankard to see what
I'm
it
glad
does.
you guys remember what all that stuff does because I completely forgot.
I have
Dude,
don't think I
you
forgot about my
gave-
spoon, Max.
Yeah, I remember the spoon. I remember the sexy blinders, and I remember the was it the frog? The little somebody had a frog.
No, I
something?
maybe you're
I
thinking
have
about
a little-
the replica bear beetle that I got that's still in my pocket.
Somebody got an animal.
I got a
probably
miniature
me.
tame mimic.
Oh yeah, the mimic. I remember the mimic. Somebody has
Oh,
a mimic.
yeah.
You need to remember to feed that, by the way, or it will die. it will die.
It'll
It is a living animal.
eat you.
Can I have fed that one of the good berries?
Sure.
Yeah, I still have just like a clockwork beetle, like in my
Also,
pocket.
it totally missed my brain to give. I figured this out sitting here. I should give Hemta this feather turban, because I'm all maxed out on attunements. So so any other magical items I'm looking for like trinkets, you know.
Yes.
What I want to know, Bobbin,
Unless anyone would like
could
me
be
to start
Magic
like
Baby.
leveling the city,
Magic Space Baby.
sort of, then.
Yes. I remember all of the little items. I think I. The only one that
Yeah.
confuses me is the milk. I don't want to know what the milk's referencing.
I want to know how to
The
re-enchant my spoon.
you gave me what you called the milk tankard, and what it does is magically fills up with the best milk you've ever had in your life.
Oh yes, the milk. Yes.
Yep. That Gridor
That
gave
is
me
an
when
unfair.
I was eating spicy food.
I mean, you gave me that.
Yeah.
That is not something I'm going to forget. It's a tankard that fills up with milk. And then you gave me another tankard that I think, hey, maybe I can drink shit out of. Dump something in it, fire explodes. Those are two unforgettable items.
There you go.
Every time I think of the milk cup, have you guys ever heard the insult like you're a milk drinker? Just think of
Vaguely.
that.
I may be a milk drinker, but it's the best goddamn milk
It's the
I've ever
best
had.
goddamn milk.
And then I also have that like brass scaled sack of dragon claws.
I still think 80 from a bag.
Yeah, and just for crafting purposes, like the scales are only as magical as like an actual dragon scale would be. It's the bag that's magical.
Yeah.
If you want to take like dragon scales, I think it's
claws.
dragon claws out of there to use them for stuff.
I
Go for
forgot, did I give my magical returning tiny spear to Yaman yet? I keep meaning to give that to him.
I think you did.
It's honestly just like a extra long throwing knife.
Yeah, it's like literally useless for me, but like Yaman can sure do some cool shit with it.
I just like giving you guys random shit because there is a chance that somewhere down the road it might actually potentially be useful.
I'm waiting for the day everybody's
And then
unconscious.
hopefully by
Bobbin
then-
is the only remaining person. The demon or whatever is right in his face. I pull out the spoon and I stab it, and then it gets banished because it's like made of silver or something, and then I save everyone. The day
There you
will
go.
come.
That honestly sounds like a dream, like a fantasy that Bobbin has on every time he long rests.
I'm just figuring out how I'm gonna turn the tanker to terror into.
Do a weapon. I also really like that.
Maybe
It's a really
maybe you
good-
could attach like the spoon to the end of the tankard and use it like a bayonet.
Well, here's
No.
what I'm thinking. If you affix it to the end of like a long wood shaft, so turn it into a spear by putting some like jagged blades at the top, so that
Yeah.
stuff bleeds into it when you stab it, and then there's like a chance or whatever that the blood makes it far enough down
That's
that
smart.
whatever does is like really angsty about it and just blasts fire. So it's like you essentially have like a tank mine, like on the end of a stick.
No, I have other ideas, Sir.
He's just gonna start carrying around.
I'm trying. Well, I'll put it to you this way, buddy. I'm trying to figure out how to turn Tanker to Terror into the
flamethrower.
Tankard ATM-4. Anti-tank
That's
missile.
really funny. I really like that.
Gridor's gonna start carrying around like tiny vials of like alcohol, like Lannister does with blood.
There we go.
Oh no,
Well-
I'll figure out how to attach it to a tank.
This was awesome.
And
Thank
then
you
you
guys.
get banned from every bar in the
session,
land.
Max.
I will. I'll talk to you guys later. I will.
Thanks, man, Max.
If any of you guys
I
have
can
any
get later
questions,
too.
post game, just message me. I will talk to you about
Yeah,
them.
we'll do.
Yes.
Yes.
Talk to you later. Thank you so much.
Adios.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.